Good evening. Welcome to our February 21st, 2023 City Council meeting. It is 7:00 p.m. The meeting is in session. Tonight's invocation will be held by Pastor Mason Akubu from Emmanuel First Lutheran Church, and Councilwoman Lopez Viado will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise. Amen. Please place your right hand over your heart and begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Good evening, Mayor. Councilman Contos?
Here.
Councilman Wu?
Yep.
Councilwoman Lopez Viado?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Tabatsbai?
Present.
Mayor Diaz?
Here. Okay, closed session. We didn't have a closed session today. There's nothing to report. Presentations. Tonight, we are proclaiming the month of February as Black History Month. Black History Month was first proposed by scholar Carter G. Woodson in 1926, who chose the second week of February to coincide with the birthdays of Frederick Douglass, a famed abolitionist who escaped from slavery, and President Abraham Lincoln, who formally abolished slavery. Can we please call Ms. Cooper?
Testing.
Would you like to say a few words?
Well, I didn't really come prepared to say anything, but I do want to thank you for honoring Black History Month. It is important because even though we call it Black History Month, it is American history. It's part of our history.
Thank you. Very nice. There we go. This is your proclamation for Black History Month, dated February 2023. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, tonight we have a presentation from Air Quality Updates presented by South Coast Air Quality Management District, Michael Cocciotti, Governing Board Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, good to see you again. City Manager, great to see you and staff. Mayor, I'm your representative. You're my boss for these 34 cities I represent, from Claremont west through West Covina to Pasadena, all the way up to Santa Clarita. I was in Alhambra last week, Santa Clarita last week, and the week before that in Pomona. So I just want to give you an overview of what we do for the 34 cities, and if there's any way I can help you. And I met with Aldi just a few weeks ago, asked some questions. And I represent those 34 cities. There's 2 million people. We go to the next slide, please. And just a little background, some people in the audience or council members may not know the AQMD. The picture on the left was in 1976, a little bit after the EPA was formed by the Clean Air Act in Washington. And these are Inland Empire elected officials saying, do something about the pollution that's coming from LA all the way into the Inland Empire. So the AQMD is 4 counties, the non-desert portions of LA, Riverside, San Bernardino, and all of Orange County. It's got we permit 28,000 types of factories, landfills, sewage systems, oil refineries, etc. There's a big issue here with air pollution because 1/3 of the U.S. containerized cargo traffic comes through our ports, the twin ports of LA and Long Beach. You got heavy-duty trucks going down to 10 and to 60, and all the warehouses from here to the Inland Empire. Next. There's two really sources of pollution where you got to understand it. There's stationary source, which our AQMD board oversees, and mobile sources. Stationary sources, paint, gas stations, power plants. The mobile sources are all those ships, locomotives, airplanes, off-road equipment. Could include large lawnmowers that cut your golf courses and your lawns. Next. Air pollution, this is what it is. On the left is ozone smog. On the right is particulate matter. Smog is formed by emissions from your cars and trucks, lawnmowers, things like that. It mixes with volatile organic compounds, VOCs, and produces smog. On the right, this stuff is really dangerous. That gray stick is, imagine your human hair. That's your human hair. Those little blue globes, that's particulate matter 10, dust. That's how small dust particles are. The real dangerous particles are those little red globes, PM, particulate matter 2.5, from internal combustion. They include metals. Even smaller than that are the ultrafine particles, which will go through your blood-brain barrier into your organs. Next. This is why we're so passionate about air quality. Not just we've got to comply with federal standards, but this is your body, your parents' body, your kids, the kids on your soccer team, the soccer team I coach. When those emissions from your car, your trucks, your lawnmowers, everything, it goes into our bodies. It just doesn't stop there. It goes into your blood system. It carries through your tissues. And the smaller it is, the more dangerous it is. So we knew for years it was lung problems, asthma, cancer. Now we know it's cognitive problems and cardiovascular and stroke. Next. So here's the impacts. If we can get our air cleaner and meet these public standards, on the left, we'll prevent 1,500 deaths a year in the 4-county area, prevent kids and adults from going to hospitalization by asthma attacks when it's really bad pollution. You'll save 163,000 days lost from people at work, schools. I coach soccer, AYSO for the last 30 years. This is the first year I've had more than one kid have asthma on my team. I had 3. Every practice, make sure they had their inhaler. At games, I've had to pull kids out. Never before. And finally, the long-term savings, if we can clean it up from not going to the hospital, people dying early, etc., $19 billion a year. Next. So there's good news and bad news. We've made progress. Chart on the left, that's ozone. If you look since 1992, it's gotten better. We've reduced it. But on the right, also, that's cancer. Those are the multiple air toxic exposure study. So cancer rates have dropped 50% since 2012, which is really good news. Next. Challenges. Again, AQMD only regulates stationary sources. Here's the problem. All these trains and trucks and off-road equipment. Next. 3 agencies in the middle regulate air pollution. On the left, US EPA. They regulate all those mobile sources, the ships, the airplanes, etc. The California Air Resources Board in the middle, statewide, regulates mobile sources, some, and stationary. And us on the right, here in the region, we regulate basically just stationary sources. Here's a big issue. If we don't meet these federal standards, on the left at the bottom, we could lose, well, first, if any of your residents have a business and they want to permit it, the federal government would come in and charge higher rates, use that money to incentives to clean up the air. We could lose up to $600 million in federal funding for transportation on the right. Some federal implementation plans where the federal government would come in, EPA, they would have no drive days. We've done it before. So this is why it's really important to clean up the air. Next. There's good news, though. There's Road to Clean Air. There's a lot of money available for your residents, Madam Mayor. There's $1,500 off. They want to invest in a clean furnace program. They want to get an electric, if they cut their own grass, get an electric lawnmower, turn your old one in, up to $250 for a self-propelled mower. Third, if you want to get electric charge, a vehicle, we'll give you money, $250, up to $500 for an electric charger, your residents or yourselves. Replace your ride. If a person has, I've got dealing with a couple of people now in the city of Pasadena, they've got an old vehicle, 2001, and they want to turn it in, you can get up to $9,500 to get a cleaner vehicle, hybrid, plug-in hybrid, electric, or hydrogen fuel cell. If you want transit passes, we've even given a couple e-bikes if you turn in your polluting cars. Next. Road to Clean Air, there's a lot of money available for businesses, cities, etc. We're going to have a program come out in probably next month or April for sure. Commercial landscaping equipment for cities, school districts, nonprofits, colleges, universities. We'll give you 80% off, but you got to scrap your equipment. It's depleting. However, right now there was $27 million available in November. Now it's about $6 million at the state. You don't have to scrap. You tell your gardeners, or even you at this, well, the city can't get this one right now. They can get this one coming up. But we're trying to do that with our gardeners. We passed a ban on gas-powered leaf blowers. We had 50 residents come and complain at the council meeting. So we passed a ban, but we're encouraging them to take advantage because, like an electric car, you never have to buy gas again, oil, spark plugs, or filters. So after a year, they're going to start actually saving a lot of money. So there's a lot of money for fueling stations, light-duty off-road equipment too. South Pass got a shuttle through some of these state programs, about $70,000 off an electric shuttle. Next. Your city's done well. Madam Mayor, your city manager's done a great job with your staff. You've taken a lot of money from the South Coast Aid Community, $1.5 million over the last several years, and used it for different programs, replace your ride for some of your residents, clean fuels, Carl Moyer, or like turning over public works equipment trucks and stuff like that. There's still more money available for Carl Moyer, large heavy-duty trucks, medium-duty trucks. There's mobile source air pollution. There's money available. You've taken advantage of that too from some grants, which is great, almost $1 million there. And the last category at the bottom, Assembly Bill 2766, each year on every car that's registered in your city, $4 comes, 40% of that $4 goes to you every single year. So every car, each of you have the car, 40% of that $4 goes to you, 30% goes to the AQMD, and 30% goes to this Mobile Source Air Pollution Reduction Committee, a group of leaders from the 4 counties that just give out grants every year. So you can use that money, but it's got to be used for reducing mobile source pollution. You can buy electric cars, trucks, buses, shuttles, vans, electric lawnmowers, hydrogen fueling stations, your own charging stations, bicycle paths you can use it for. Anything that reduces mobile source, get people out of cars. So every year that money builds up. So maybe work with your staff and see how you can use that money, and then you can also combine it with grants. In the middle row, there's an interesting grant that this Mobile Source Air Pollution Reduction Committee did. It's a new or expanded microtransit. You've got about a month to apply for that. What they're encouraging anybody to do in the 4 counties, you may have fixed transit, like I just took the Gold Line to the Foothill here. But if you have maybe a shuttle you want to run to a transit station or something like that, apply for it. There's a lot of money available there. There's $2.5 million. So they're looking for like Mount Sac. Can you get a shuttle to Mount Sac to another place? Something that's just not normal, but maybe even have a shuttle that just runs around the city. They'll pay for not purchasing it, but operations for 18 months. So I would recommend looking at that. Our staff will help you. Rainbow, our staff, or Ben Wong, one of your former council members, mayors, willing to work with you on that. Next. So if you have small business in your city, like a cleaners or something like that, a factory, they need help, we'll send staff there to work with them if they want some help. We want to encourage business to succeed. If you smell a bad odor, we've had, the last couple of weeks, we've had a lot of complaints off the 210 in Sylmar. There's a landfill there, Sunshine Canyon landfill. We've had 20 to 40 almost every week in the last several weeks just complaining about the odors are so bad. So we go out there, we take samples, we interview people, and unfortunately, half them were correct. We were substantiated, so we had to issue a notice of violation. You've got to clean it up or you're going to get fined. We've got that down at the ports. We've got it down at a sewage treatment plant at Hyperion, where the residents in Sepulveda nearby are getting just overwhelmed with complaints. But we respond. If you've got something that's important for your health, we'll respond and try to work with the business. But if they don't clean it up, we're going to have to fine them. And they've got to increase their safety protocols. There's a free mobile app. So as I come to my cities, I'll have the app and I'll see what the air quality is in West Covina, Pomona, Alhambra, South Pasadena. We have 39 monitors throughout the 4 counties, and we'll let you know what you're breathing. There's a free sensory evaluation toolkit. We'll hopefully have a lunch up at the district in the next few months. Invite everybody up there. You can check out our laboratories, what we do, our charging stations, get some ideas. Next. Madam Mayor, that's it. If there's any questions.
Quick question. Does this also cover electric generators?
So, I just guess interesting. I just got that question from Pasadena Unified School District, and we just sent an email to staff. They have a school district. It's an old electrical system in one of their schools. I'm trying to remember exactly because this was just yesterday. And apparently, when it gets really hot, the system is overwhelmed, and the electricity cuts out. So they're asking about electric generators. I'll get that answer to you because it just asked yesterday.
Okay, perfect. I mean, it's also for like small businesses, festivals, vendors. They're always, they bring out the generators right there, the noise and the gas. So
great point. We're even looking maybe solar powered. Some of the at the open streets events we just did in Alhambra about a year ago, the mission to mission. One of the gentlemen that organized had a solar panel generator. Was during the day, so maybe that might be an answer too.
Please let us know, and hopefully it does cover. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Madam Mayor.
Councilman Wu?
You want? Okay, I will be quick. Okay, quick question. We have a Go West transportation in our city, so we go around all the places. So is that possible? You can talk to them, then to convert, like you say, the clean air. So maybe they can convert all their buses into their small buses, medium size. So maybe you can kind of work with them since we are going to have a different route. So maybe, and we have, and what is that? We have a senior resident, with, we're going to pick them up. So can we use it as an electric truck? And then maybe you can help them to convert, all this transportation in our city. That will cut down a lot of emission and pollution.
Great idea. I'll be happy to meet with them, with my staff at AQMD, whether it's a direct grant from us or from MSRC. Maybe. So, for example, just a couple years ago, the MSRC had $50 million that had built up from all the your car registrations for the 4 counties, and they put out. We want to convert a lot of the heavy duty trucks that come through our neighborhood, which are the worst polluters. So they had a request for proposals, and I think so even Amazon got like 10 upgraded compressed natural gas trucks. So it's private business, governments, and of course, I'll be happy to meet with them, get us the information.
Yeah, I think if you can contact them and try to work them out regarding some grant, some project, so they can maybe have a chance to convert. Another issue is diesel. Diesel truck, every time you're driving, you see the big, like octopus, they're coming out with a very dark, and smoke. So how we correct that issue?
Again, a lot of money available. So like I said, when we gave $50 million a couple of years ago, we decided to try to work with the Inland Empire. I actually raised my hand at the board meeting. I have 13 board members and said, LA needs some of that money. I didn't get any support. So unfortunately, $50 that million, but it's good for us because most of those trucks go back and forth to the ports, off to 10, off to 60, off to 210. So they're coming through our basin. So we took several hundred trucks off the roads, and they could apply for that grant, and they got $50,000 or $100,000 off a truck.
Last question, then I give to my colleague. Last question would be: Azusa is north and south. Azusa north and south from Azusa City from the Gold Line. They go through and Covina with Metro Link and go to 10 freeway. So you have 210, 10 freeway, and go to 60. And I don't know how many stop on this, and Azusa Avenue. So have you thinking about can help all these 5 cities convert this in synchronized traffic signal to cut down the stop and go and then the idling and because north and south all these connections is only Azusa Avenue. So how you connect this with a synchronized traffic signal? We can help people to. Like you're driving 35 miles per hour, then everything will be green light. And then if you have a full hill transit or mass transportation, when they hit on the Azusa, will become green light. So maybe help people more taking the mass transportation, go to the Gold Line, go to the and the Metro Link, and in that way, maybe more people will willing to because save a lot of time and gas. Have you can try because they will cut down a lot of air pollution.
I've taken that route from the Gold Line, the Irwindale Station, down Azusa, all the way to Puente Hills Mall. This time I stopped here today, but you're exactly right. There's a lot of stops and traffic idling. So cities can do that. We've given money for traffic signalization. A couple of counties took a lot of money a couple of years ago out in San Bernardino for that.
City manager, did you see he's going to give us money? Would you please? Okay, so we are going to apply through your. We want this. We want to work with all the cities so we can synchronize entire Azusa Avenue. So we let people much easier. Okay, north and south, because north and south we only have Azusa. We don't have any. Otherwise, you have to go to 605 or 57. But in the middle, it's Azusa.
I agree. You just have to get the agreement of all the different jurisdictions. And I don't mind working with you on that too.
But we need the 5 city work together because we have a portion, and you have Covina, Azusa, and the south you have La Puente and the City of Industry. So if we can work it out, 210 and 60, and I think then you will be legendary. Okay, would you
Makes sense. Your idea.
Okay, thank you so much.
Councilman Cantos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, at a personal level, Mr. Vice Chairman, did you bring your bike today?
You know what? My bike's at the.
Oh, okay. I was going to.
I took the gold line from South Pasadena. To be honest, council member, I got on the wrong Foothill 185 bus, so I ended up in northern Azusa. But I was able to hop off the other bus and get back here with 2 minutes to spare.
Well, I only asked that almost rhetorically just because I wanted to say publicly here how I appreciate your example. I mean, you take public transportation all over the place. You did that the day we met, and I remember Mr. Wong was guarding your bike when we had concluded our meeting when you had stepped away for a moment. It was just, it was really great, really commendable. The more serious question is, do you have social media posts ready to go for us to use and forward so that way we can share with our community information about the different grant programs that are particular to different constituencies, whether they be individual drivers or businesses or nonprofits and such?
Councilmember, after talking to you, I'll coordinate with our staff, and we'll get a social media direct program that you want, and I'll have our staff at AQMD work with your staff on that. We can, just tailor to what you want.
And my next question is, to what extent is the AQMD able to send mailers directly to residents to tell them about the grant programs for which they're eligible?
We don't really, because it's so huge. We have 17 million residents. Mm-hmm. We've never done a mass mailer, but we're big on social media now, so we can send that out. Well, I'll check with you. So what we'll do is we have a list. Ben's writing down a list with Rainbow. We'll work with your city manager and come back to you with responses.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I look forward to response to an email that I sent you about some of this recently, so I really appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Pro Tem Tabatabai.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just had one question in terms of the residential incentives.
Yeah.
So I know there's now the move because of the air quality inside the home, move away from the gas ranges to the electric ranges. And so I was wondering, is that on the horizon?
Yes. And, can you bring that slide up again about the residential incentives? And I was rushing through this. I failed to say it, but good catch there. At the bottom, you see the little bottom. You got that? So we're looking at in the next couple of months, so you can fund some of the appliances, whether it's to an induction stove or something like that. And if you go to one of these stores, you can even get just one little stove, a little one, for like $95 or something. So we're even thinking about doing there's many, a lot. I was at a cooking demonstration today in San Gabriel at a local restaurant on Valley Boulevard, and there was some debate going on about gas stoves versus electric, and in the Chinese American community, can they use electric stoves? So we may do a demonstration, some of these great chefs that were there today, about an electric stove. Good point.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. It was very informative.
Thanks, Mayor. Mayor, I want to thank you. I was at the event that you were at, one of your Tesla charging stations.
Yes.
I just want to thank you. Before you did that, Tesla called this area a desert until you put in charging. So thank you so much.
You're welcome, and thank you. Okay, we will move on to oral communications. If anyone would like to address the council, please fill out a yellow speaker card and submit it to the Assistant City Clerk. How many do we have?
Mayor, we have 33 speaker cards this evening.
Okay, in the interest of time, we are going to limit the oral communications to 3 minutes.
Our first speaker is Marcia Solario, followed by John Shoemaker, followed by Herman Armando.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff, and residents. My name is Marcia Solorio, the current chair of the Audit Committee of the City of West Covina. I'm here today mainly informational for item number 6. During my review of the attachments, I noticed that attachment number 2 had a couple of potential issues under the Audit Committee line. So under meeting date and time, it says at least annually with additional meetings as needed. Our current resolution states that we meet quarterly and as needed. So that's just an edit for you. And under representative, it's adding Mr. Cantos, which welcome. But our resolution does state we have to have 2 city council members. And Lisa just let me know that Mayor Diaz has reappointed herself. So thank you for that. And that is it. And since I'm up here, I was going to ask city staff for an update on our open position in the audit committee. Are we close to appointing someone? Because that would be great. And that is it for tonight. Thank you.
John Shoemaker, followed by Herman Armando, followed by Joe.
When I was in high school, a very bright gentleman that I knew made the remark one time, defined what ignorance and stupidity was. Ignorance was the lack of knowledge, stupidity was the inability to learn. And he said, you'll never find it in the same person. I wish he hadn't have died about 20 years ago because I'd bring him to one of these council meetings, especially when it comes to our mayor. You know, this isn't the first time that she's made comments. You know, she's been known to say, although I'm a Hispanic woman, I don't think like them. What is them? You know, her husband has gotten up here and said that the city council should recruit more young white families into West Covina. You know, he's also gotten up here during different comments and said things like, Dreamers are cockroaches. And he brags about how his wife, who is now our mayor, has attended hundreds of meetings with him. So she was here while he was saying all those things. She has sent emails to residents who asked her to join different social media platforms so she could become aware of what's going on. And she said, I represent District 3. Don't bother me. During the campaign, our other council member, who was recently reelected, talked about how Asians need to stick together. Not that he's qualified, but I'm the same color as you, or I'm the same race as you, so you need to vote for me. Just the opposite of Council Member Cantos, who talked about his ability and what he wanted to do on the city council. Many, many differences when you have that. My wife died last year. Her husband on Facebook said that she had gone to hell. And when I pointed out that a person who was running basically just ripped into me for bringing it up and others, she sat back there and was laughing. She was laughing and giggling and everything else. The other council members, and there's a picture of, they're looking at her like, what the hell is going on here? I mean, they were even shocked. They were even shocked at her conduct. So as you get up here and talk about some of the things that you're looking for, as everybody in the audience gets up here and talks and wants to bring things forward that you've lost trust, it isn't going to make any difference what you say because she doesn't care and neither does Tony. It's that simple. But please get up here and utilize your time and make your point because it's well deserved. Thank you.
Herman, followed by Joe,
order.
Followed by Mike.
Greetings, Mayor. Very surprised you haven't warned me or subjected me to your personal attacks since I'm your infamous speaker, according to the writer from Mr. Montoya in the background over there, who writes a lot of bullshit about a public speaker like myself. And unfortunately, I have a right to speak on the First Amendment, and I truly, strongly believe that I am protected by that free speech because the NAACP told you that I am your best speaker. And I use a lot of intensifiers to steer people up to talk about the business of West Covina. For example, on declaration item number 4, city-owned properties as a surplus. Well, I don't think we should be selling or giving our properties out. Well, the majority of people here need housing. And come March, when the EBT money runs out and inflation's high and they're hitting and bumping people for food help and monies to get into an apartment or on the way out of the apartment, I really want to see you, the mayor, take the interest to make that better for them, because the Merrill Gardens right here off of West Covina, that's a sham. Put on the lights, but people don't live there. People don't live there. But yet the people here tonight are showing you in a force of 30 plus on cards that they want to know more of what's going on in West Covina, since apparently you seem to have a money tree somewhere. And then all these bargainings on item 11, right before I walked in, the lights were off and all the Downey police were here jargoning with you guys about how to give them the best raises and how to get their secured retirements. That's great. But for the rest of you, and the rest of you, there's no retirement. Other than you got to work just as hard as I do, because I talk about the United States versus Bagdasarian. I talk about Snyder versus Phelps. And then I go into the political arena using an intensifier under a dirty N, because I won't say it tonight because I know Mommy and Montoya and the other dumbass writers from San Gabriel keep saying it's hate speech when it's not. You have a right to use your own mind and process what you learn in a library under Brandenburg versus Ohio. And I think if a lot of these people here would go to the library and research that, they'll find out that I am not talking a lot of nonsense. And even Tony Wu will understand that there is a phrase called a dirty nigger. No offense to the NAACP, but when you learn from going to a library, and all my documents here are on record.
Thank you.
They shall reflect that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Joe, followed by Mike, followed by Matthew Smith.
Thank you.
Good evening. I am not from the city, but a lot of friends and family are from the city. And what I read and what I saw about how the indigenous people and the community were being treated this past Saturday was very embarrassing, especially with the person who I'm looking at and the person next to her. It's embarrassing that a mayor and a council member refused a land acknowledgement. I don't know what you guys thought or what you don't know about land acknowledgement. It is not hurting anybody. But if you felt threatened about it, you got to stop, because you crossed that line, because the day before you invited a pastor. You must remember there's a separation between church and state. You already crossed that line by inviting him and refusing to acknowledge them. I'm from Hispanic descent. My parents are immigrant. I would never put anybody beneath me. And that's exactly what you did. And you know what? You guys need to build bridges with that community, because they were here for hundreds and hundreds of years. Not 100 years. Hundreds of years. Thousands of years.
Stop disrupting this meeting, or you will be taken out.
Can you stop my time? You got to remember, I've been to a lot of city hall meetings, and a lot of people in the community vote you guys in. And if they choose to speak out, that's their right. You're already seeing what happened in LA County with De Leon. You do not need to be doing things like this in the community. We should be bringing people together. Bad enough where I come from in my city, our mayor doesn't even acknowledge Black Lives Matter. And it's very sad and it's very unfortunate. And you know what? It's not that far. I just picked up some books from the library about the Tongva tribe. And you know what? I think you guys should just go to your local library and get a refresher and learn about it. It is not that hard.
All right, we're going to have a recess. We'll have a recess now.
Mike, followed by Matthew Smith, followed by Ricardo Martinez.
I'm sorry, what is your name?
Mike Lummels.
Mike Lummels.
I'm representing the Quiche Garbarino Band of Mission Indians. Good evening, council members of West Covina. I am a member of the Quiche Nation Garbarino Band of Mission Indians. As a direct lineal descendant of the Quiche people, the people of this very area, Owingna, we ask the committee, before the committee acts on any land acknowledgement issues, we ask them to first verify if any of the group asking if the land acknowledgement is on the Native American Heritage Committee contact list. It is vital that they check and you guys do your due diligence, because there are people that are falsely claiming to be indigenous of this area, and we strongly recommend to look at the Native American Heritage contact list. Land acknowledgement does hurt if you're acknowledging the wrong people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matthew Smith, followed by Ricardo Martinez, followed by Elsie Messman.
Good evening, City Council. I'm wearing two hats tonight. First hat is San Gabriel Senior Softball. We've submitted the insurance and the application to go back up, we call it the hill, back to the sports complex to use Dodger Stadium. And we'll be working with the assistant city manager for an agreement to get up there, which we hope, is within a week and a half is kind of what we're shooting for. But we'll work with the city, continue to work with the city to get back up there. So we miss Dodger Stadium. We appreciate Cameron Park, but we miss Dodger Stadium. So we hope to get up there very shortly. The second hat I'm wearing tonight is I'm co-owner of Bun Street, Scoop Street, and Tamale Street. And thank you for hosting the 100th anniversary in front of the storefronts there. In 6 years, it was the best weekend that Bun Street has ever had.
Great.
And so
that's great. I'm really happy.
We appreciate the selection of where it's at. On Friday, I saw the stage going up and about seating for 300 right in front of Tamale Street, and I thought, this is going to be a good weekend. This is going to be a good weekend. So thank you for all of that. On another note, we have an outdoor open eating area that was put up by the fire department in the city during COVID. It was huge. It really was a lifesaver. We purchased about 8 to 10 benches, umbrellas for that area, and we let all of the restaurants use it, not just Scoop, Tamale, and Bun, One World, Morisco's. We don't kick anybody off of it. It's just all of us are together over there. We did get an email today from the planning department in regards to dismantling that while code is being looked at and reviewed. And we're extremely thankful for everything the city's done. What we'd like to do while code's being reviewed is to keep that up. If the fire department needs the barricades back, we're willing to get planters and make it look nice and still let everybody use it. But our request is to keep it open while the code's being reviewed. As spring comes, summer comes, it's pretty nice to eat out there during sunset, dusk, etc. Maybe have karaoke night, those types of things. So what we're going to do is work with the city manager and the development department and those things and see if we could get kind of an extension for that. And the fire department as well, like I said, if they need the barricade. So, for both agencies, organizations, you guys have been great. Thank you, and we'll continue working with you guys.
Go ahead.
Mayor, okay, thank you. Okay, I think city managers or Paulina, assistant city manager, we can maybe entertain, maybe make it nicer. Right now, it kind of look sad. So maybe you can help us to make the area nicer, so work with the plan.
Oh, yeah, we're willing to work, absolutely willing to work with.
Okay, and I think the outside eating area is needed, but maybe you can work with our planning to see how to decorate, make it, why not look pretty.
We can certainly do
sad.
planters, trees, those kinds of things. The city gave it to us.
Yeah.
Previously.
Okay,
He
thank
asked
you.
the question.
I'm responding to a question.
He's responding to a question.
Find a question.
Just order.
Order, please.
Please, we are conduct. No, it's okay. We are conduct city business. Please be courtesy. Thank you so much. Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and we are willing to listen to you. Okay, please. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, thank you. Appreciate. Okay.
Thank you.
Ricardo Martinez, followed by Elsie Messman, followed by Wen Zong.
Righty, so, okay. 3 minutes starting now, right? Okay. My name is Ricardo Martinez. I'm a resident from La Puente, and I'm really embarrassed for you, Mayor Rosario Elliott Diaz and City Council member Tony Wu. Really embarrassed, as somebody who, I ran for City Council in neighboring La Puente, the city of La Puente where I grew up. And I know for a fact that elected officials are supposed to represent constituents, right? All of them. And you too are the reason why so many people are distrustful of their own government, right? Because your own demeanor right now, you're showing who you are. I don't personally know you, but your whole demeanor of trying to shut everybody up right now tells you a lot about who you are and who you represent. And it's shameful and it's disappointing. This weekend, in celebration of West Covina's 100-year anniversary, you failed to acknowledge that this city is indigenous land. This we're in indigenous land, right? And you didn't acknowledge that. You what did you say? I understand that you said to Jamie that land acknowledgement was quote too political, end of quote, too political. I'm really baffled because I assume you don't understand basic facts, right, about U.S. history. You're an elected official. You should know our country's history. You should know the city's history. And it tells me that you don't. So I encourage you, what Joe said, go to a library, read a book, and learn about indigenous history, about American history, right? And let me read what land acknowledgement is. This is from Jamie because it seems you really don't know and you are so ignorant about that. Land acknowledgement is a traditional custom that dates back centuries in many Native nations and communities. Today, land acknowledgements are used by Native people and non-Native people to recognize indigenous peoples who are the original stewards of the land which we now live. So I hope that you really, both of you, reflect. Ma'am, I'm speaking to you. Both of you, you reflect upon what you did and what you did not do this weekend. And really reconsider, what happened. Because not only will you have to apologize, both of you, I guess she's not looking at me anymore. I don't know what happened. But you have to apologize. You have to apologize to Jamie and the Native community. Not only that, but you really have to either proclaim a resolution or write a resolution acknowledging that this is Native land. So I hope that you really think about that and consider that. Thank you.
Elsie Messman, followed by Wen Zong, followed by Cindy Mitchell.
Good evening, everybody, council, staff, and everyone here tonight. My name is Elsie Messman, a resident of West Covina. I'm going to start on an Article 8 regarding another retainer for the city attorney, and this is going to be the fourth. When Kimberly Barlow was here, we had a council member and staff that had experience, and the retainer was only $15,000 then. I realize price has gone up, but now they're getting to a point where they're getting $30,000 a month, and now they want $40,000 a month. When is this going to stop? They see West Covina and a few extra dollars. Let's let it be now, but remember, this money is not going to last forever, and we still have to pay him. If we have no money, we still have to pay him the $40,000 plus. For the month of November, the attorney was paid $84,400. And in December, they were paid $66,400. Was that? And we were closed for 1 week in December. Anyway, I think that this should come to a stop, and because there's a lot of other attorneys that are involved in this city also. The attorney is looking out for the city of West Covina, or is a company working for us. Remember, there are only a few people that know that the city has done what the city has done has left the people have either left, retired, or fired with a lawsuit pending. Since there has been a maintenance yard declared surplus land, I guess when we sell real estate, anything that is open is surplus land. Here we go again, wanting a hotel. I think one of our council members has a hotel on his brain, looking for open spaces, and another example, Singpoli, and another hotel at BKK. How much has this city spent on these two projects, not listening to the public? And then there's the Amazon Distribution Center, and the 3 council members, you know what you did. So start using your own head and do your homework. In the 3 cases the people let go, the manager should know what he was doing. This is costing the city a lot of money. Also, the attorney at least was reached a settlement for $55,000, and the main name was not mentioned because the city lost. But when the city wins, the name is, people know about it. And anyway, we still have 2 assistant managers. What happened?
Thank you.
Cindy Mitchell, followed by Chris Miller. Wen Zong.
Good evening, Ms. Mayor and City Council members, Mr. City Manager, staff, and audience, and everyone watching at home. I'm Wen Zhang, West Covina Library Manager, and thank you for letting me talk about the library tonight. February is National Black History Month. We just acknowledged that. And at the library, we have quite a few special programs to celebrate it. And I would just like to highlight the 2 programs coming up this week. And one is African American Genealogy Workshop. And this program will be this Saturday, February the 24th at 11 a.m. And the other one is the Compton Cowboys, a legacy of African Americans in Ukraine and Western heritage. And this program is also on Saturday, this Saturday at 1 o'clock. And both these programs are virtual. If you are interested, please go to the LA County Library's website. And you go to the library's virtual programming webpage to register. The webpage is lacountylibrary.org/virtual and programming. Again, the virtual program on our library's website is lacountylibrary.org/virtual-programming. West Covina Library is currently closed for major renovations. We continue to provide sidewalk hose pickup services and a phone service. If you need to reserve library books and materials and pick up at the library, please call the library. If you have any questions, information questions, or reference questions, please call the library. We'll be happy to answer you. And right now is the tax season. And if you need tax forms, and please call the library. We'll be happy to print them out for you. Thank you all very much. And the library also, if you wanted to return the library books, the book drop at the library entrance is open 24/7. They're all open. If you need in-person library service, please visit our neighboring libraries, including Baldwin Park Library, La Pointe Library, Suncrest Library. They are all within a few miles from West Covina. Thank you so much and have a wonderful evening.
Cindy Mitchell, followed by Chris Miller, followed by Brian Gutierrez.
Excuse me?
Yes, that's fine.
Mayor and council members, my name is Cindy Mitchell. This is my son, Robert. Robert has a disability and cognitive disorder, so it affects his speech. So if you just be patient with him tonight, he wants to speak to you from his heart, please.
Council members, people gathered here. I am here to speak about the indigenous not being allowed their time to pray. On their own land. And while I'm not indigenous myself, I live on Tongva land, and I am one of the carekeepers. I have a native garden in my front yard, and it brings all kinds of animals and plants. And this is a lot of knowledge that I have learned from listening to indigenous speakers like Nicholas Hummingbird, and also about what they still do to help care for the land, just like they were caring for it way before any of us got here.
Thank you.
Chris Miller.
Council, Mayor, before I speak on item 14, I just want to say that I am disappointed in what happened this weekend. It was uncalled for. Next, the outside eating, totally for that. Do not shut it down. Do not make them dismantle it, because it's useful. You know, Tamale Street and some of the other places don't have inside seating, as where that helps to enjoy whatever you've bought. So on item 14, I pondered a lot since talking to various people on Facebook with the intersections. And one thing that I thought about is, you know, the state of our economy and how people are, dealing with things. And sort of like that gets focused in their driving, become distracted and everything else. If you go back east, Midwest, driving down the freeway, 300 yards out, people move over to the right. They're a little more considerate. They think about all the different rules of the road. Here, it's dog eat dog. You put in traffic calming things, it's just going to aggravate people, such as no turn on right. So now they have to wait. Let's say they're rushing to get their child to school, like I do many mornings, starting on Puente, turning right on Vincent, going into St. Chris. Well, if you have to wait there for the red light, means you have to drive even faster going through to try to make that time. So the bottom line thing is making drivers aware of the lights in the intersections. Coming from Outback tonight, I was driving down Azusa. Light turned yellow on Cypress. Thought about gunning it. Oh, wait. There's a traffic light there. I stopped. Not a traffic light, a red light camera. I think having that, even though a lot of people are against it, Big Brother and other things, it makes you second guess about running that light because you will get a ticket. The other thing is enforcement. If the probabilities of getting a ticket are a lot higher, people are going to second guess about running reds. It's kind of ironic. I was driving with my boys to Pelicana, and a black Mustang on Lark Ellen runs through a red light. That happens day in, day out. The number one thing is stopping people from accidents at red lights. Because it's clear, the 3 last accidents have all been running reds.
Thank you. Brian Gutierrez, followed by Michelle Durfee, followed by Heidi.
Good evening. My name is Brian Gutierrez, and I'm honored to be here today. And it's just a disappointment and shame that Councilmember Brian Tabatabai has spread rumors and lies about certain members of this council dishonoring Native Americans in our nation and in our state. Native Americans are a part of American history, and I'm most certain, based upon their actions as council members like Tony Rue and Mayor Diaz have shown, and Councilwoman Leti Lopez Villado has shown, and Councilmember Cantos has shown, that regardless where one more person comes from in life, that we're all equal and we can all achieve. I'm confused by Councilmember Tabatabai's advocacy because on his own social non-licensed FPPC social media site, he acknowledges the Gabrielino Shoshone Nation of Southern California, Shoshone, but does not recognize the Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, Kish Nation. Tabai in the past has ignored Asian American hate speech. He's said nothing about that. Tabai has supported disability discrimination by allowing and endorsing candidates who said people with disabilities do not deserve to be in public office. He voted against hiring 10 additional police officers when officers were ready to retire. He did not want to refill their positions because he thought that the community did not deserve public service. You supported, when someone needs help, who you call, 911. You supported candidates who said people with disabilities and who are blind should not serve in public office. You spread a lie to the Tenga people about 4 other council members. You let us never forget that we're a nation of democracy. Even your own mentor, LA County Supervisor Hilda Solis, on November 1st, 2022, gave an acknowledgement of certain lands in Los Angeles County. But she does not mention the Shoshone Nation part of that acknowledgement because they have not been acknowledged to an extent by certain agencies that oversee cultural history. And so regardless of the facts, you need to look at the history and look at that regardless that this is American history, Native American history is important. But we must make sure that before we give acknowledgments, that we do not harm one another in that process, and that we do our homework and we're not hypocritical about equality and civil rights, because this member right here has clearly supported discrimination. So God bless America.
Thank you.
Michelle Durfee, followed by Heidi, followed by Don Quick.
Hi, good evening, council members, community members. My name is Michelle Durfee. I'm a community member and a mother and a teacher here in the San Gabriel Valley. And I was recently made aware of what happened over the weekend that many of our community members here have already been discussing about how it was decided that a land acknowledgement that was planned by one council member would not be approved. And I just wanted to thank Councilmember Bryan for attempting to incorporate that simple but it was an attempt for a simple but powerful and inclusive element in the program of this weekend's celebrations. And as an educator, we are trained in the practice of inclusion. It's a very important practice. And as a mom, and I know many people in this room are parents, we teach our children to always include others and extend space at their lunch table. And I think someone earlier mentioned it doesn't cost anything, it doesn't hurt anybody. And so I just wanted to encourage the leadership of our community to consider embracing a more inclusive approach when planning community events in the future. I know there are a lot of things that you guys have to plan that we don't see. And I understand that you have a lot on your shoulders. The burden of taking care of our community is big. And I appreciate that and the work that you do behind the scenes that we don't see and the conversations you have to have that are very important. But I just wanted to let you know that we do appreciate the effort that was made, and we hope that although the outcome didn't quite work out this weekend, that will not deter you in the future in trying to always make a seat at the table for everybody. Thank you.
Heidi, followed by Dawn, followed by Nellie.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am an indigenous Filipino woman from Azusa who practically grew up in West Covina, patronizing the shops and restaurants off Amar and Azusa. In the hope that this doesn't go in one ear and out the other, I want to express immense dissatisfaction at Mayor Diaz and Councilmember Wu for showing disrespect to not only Ms. Jamie Rocha, but for implying that indigenous land acknowledgements are political and have no place in celebrations of city history, despite the fact that 1, Ms. Rocha is a lifelong West Covina resident, and 2, the indigenous history and culture is inherently part of this town's history, and 3, cultural ceremonies and events are thrown by the community with no issue. I am an indigenous Filipino woman, but my tribe, Miss Mayor Diaz, please. I am an indigenous Filipino woman, but my tribe and culture is lost because leaders in power had decided that my people's culture was irrelevant to their agendas and mission. I would hope that in 2023, leaders of color in this country would be better. I would hope that the leaders of West Covina, home to so many different cultures, would also be better. But your dismissive attitude of a land acknowledgement, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Wu, says different. It is on the West Covina City Council now to rebuild bridges and relationships with indigenous people and leaders of this land.
Dawn, followed by Nellie, followed by Josie.
Good evening, Council. I'm here to, good evening, everybody. I'm here to stand in solidarity with the Gabrielino Shoshone Nation and recognize that we're on indigenous land. I'm an environmental science teacher, and one thing that I've been learning more about, exploring, is fostering indigenous partnerships and collaboration is so important, so central. Really, it needs to be central to what we do for the environment and how we help the environment. Indigenous folks are the ones who have been protecting most of the pristine lands that are left on our earth, like 80% of it, even though most of it's been stolen from them. I commend you to a short reader, The Red Deal. I want you to read that. I think you should read it. It's a really short read and gives you the main points. It's a companion piece to the Green New Deal, which will, if applied, help the environment immensely. I felt a little bit like during the question about the air quality that some did not listen to the presentation and that some of those questions were about stalling. But bike lanes, we can't bike here because the bike lanes are all shut off by gates. We need those open. Water leaks are important because it takes energy to get water around here. Open space. I want to commend you to the words of Brian about the from Livable West Covina about that issue. Mainly, I'm here to stand in support of the indigenous folks who were disrespected. Jamie Rocha, the Gabrielino Shoshone Nation, Native indigenous communities from this area and beyond. Although that wasn't illegal, it was unethical. Without this land and the original takers, West Covina would not be what it is today. Damage and violation of trust perpetuated by the mayor of West Covina, Rosario Elliott Diaz, and Councilmember Tony Wu is irreversible. It cannot be undone. West Covina doesn't have to take part in the historic erasing of indigenous history, but through the actions of two leaders is doing just that. By the silencing Jamie Rocha's land acknowledgement, you erase the history of West Covina and the 500 years of trauma suffered by Native communities. Here's the next steps. The City Council needs to rebuild bridges to the indigenous peoples of this land for the damage done here by Mayor Elliott and Councilmember Wu. Demonstrate your commitment to the true history of West Covina. The City Council needs to do better.
Thank you.
Nellie, followed. Oh.
I want to acknowledge Brian Tabatabai and his wife.
Thank you.
Selenia Calderon for supporting Jamie Rocha and for standing up to those who would erase history and 500 years of theft of the land, murder, and silencing.
Thank you, sir.
Nellie is our next speaker.
I'm sorry, what's that?
I'm sorry, I thought you gave me a different card. Nellie Nellie Legasp? Okay, thank you.
I can get louder. Since I was appointed in 2020, we have made land acknowledgement a habit, not an afterthought, not a just in case, and it's not political. Political Science 101 means, it states in those lessons, that council members and board members never react to public speakers or the audience. That means you don't smile, you don't nod, you don't get upset, you don't do anything. You just sit there stone-faced. That's why they tell us you look like you have no emotions. If you're doing that, you're doing your job well. Don't smile. Don't do anything. Just sit there, a stone. That's what we're supposed to do. Okay, as a commissioner, my responsibility as a personnel commissioner is to oversee hiring and firing employees. Now, that also means I have to listen to the public's comments. Do I always like what they say? No. But I ain't got no problem with constructive criticism. That helps us do our job better. Our city council made sure at our first Chicano Heritage Festival, August 28th, we had land acknowledgement with the Azteca dancers, with the American Indian Movement that I'm the director of, the Independent American Indian Movement of Orange County. They're presiding over it with a chairwoman from the Hashiman Nation leading that land acknowledgement. And she did not leave out any of the nations surrounding because we are all interconnected. We are all family. Metakiawase means that we are all related. okay? I will not stand by and watch anybody disrespected. As dignitaries and elected officials, it is your responsibility to be all-inclusive of your community and not ignore the history that's here, because otherwise those who elected you can also recall you, which we know that happens quite a bit. You only need so many signatures, FYI, folks. That's how you show the power of the people. You show what kind of control you have, what you can do. So now in Santa Ana, whenever we have an event, guess what? They call me, because that's my responsibility when I come up as the Native American Commissioner. It's not just to sit there and get all glorified, it's to bring everybody else up with me. I know people in this audience for over 30 years. They know who I am. They will hold me accountable if I don't do what I say I'm going to do. They'll make sure that they yell at me. I got plenty of aunties and nieces in here that'll yell at me. That's how we hold each other accountable. So this community is going to hold you accountable. And Mayor, unfortunately, you're the one that's going to bear the brunt of it, because you set the tone for your whole city. And if you set the tone of negativity and exclusion, guess what? That's what Santa Ana Covina is going to be known by. I grew up in San Gabriel and Rosemead. I used to ditch in Covina. Okay, we go way back. Back in the day, you couldn't be the mayor. Somebody else would have been.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Josie. Good evening. My name is Josie Tenorio. And the reason why I'm here is because I'm infuriated. Not only have you disrespected the ancestors of these lands, you forget that you are on native land. And that is just unethical, just so disrespectful. And by the way, the faces that you're making at our people, you don't deserve that seat. You need to be removed from that seat. The least you could do is to, you give me that face. The least you could do is not only apologize, but remove yourself from that seat. Because as an indigenous woman, you're disrespecting all indigenous Native people. And that's wrong. Because that's the reason why you're sitting in that seat. Because our people got you on that seat. And for you, Tony Wu, as a person that needs to also respect your own ancestors and your own people, you are to acknowledge the land that you're stepping on. You're on this seat as well because of our people put you there. Remember, every person that is sitting here, every single one of our members in this community got you there. And the reason that we're asking for the proper respect is because we deserve it. Our people, our ancestors deserve it. And the way you came in here making these facial features not only show the disrespect, but the uneducated that you are. And with that being said, I ask my people that are here today, let your voices be heard.
Address the council.
No, I'm going to address everybody because you don't deserve my time. Because you did not acknowledge the land you're stepping on. And I'm speaking to you, Miss Diaz. You want respect, you give respect. You lost that respect the moment you disrespected one of our sisters. So with that being said, I ask that my people of this land make sure that the next vote, you're out of that seat.
Thank you.
Stephanie, followed by Jessa, followed by Violet. Sarah.
Everybody. Hello, everybody. My name is Stephanie Serrano. I am a community leader and resident. I would just like to start by saying that our community is deeply hurt by this intentional act of exclusion. This was direct discrimination of Native Americans in 2023. Have you called to order racist comments here? I can't believe that you have allowed this racism in these sacred chambers and have not called to order or had people removed. Shame on the leaders allowing this. Our community has seen you condone racist and hateful acts. By not standing against it, you are standing for it. At all these beautiful events, I was at the dinner. We celebrate our diversity, which is beautiful, which is the strength of the San Gabriel Valley. And as we celebrated API history and traditions and even Christian history, and let me just remind everybody that West Covina in the United States is not Christian. This is a freedom of religion, and I almost even find it offensive for other religions in these spaces. I'm absolutely shocked in dismay that our leaders would not be empathetic and understanding and educated on this subject. This is so disrespectful to our entire beautifully diverse community. Either it was out of ignorance of the importance of respecting the land that you now call home, or it was intentional, out of personal prejudice and a horrible abuse of power to use your title to attack and belittle an entire community. Either way, this is shocking that you thought your actions in silence would not come to light. Being as smart as you are, I believe this was intentional. This was a direct attack on indigenous communities that have been here for over 100 years. This has brought to light the intentional disregard for Native communities and local indigenous histories by Rosario, Elliott, and Tony Wu.
Thank you.
Progress does not mean forgetting our past. Respect our land.
Jessa. Te hovetame, weni hinkam, netwan yane, Jessa Calderon. Tongvetnaha koi mixkanakan koi yoeme. Hello, relatives. My name is Jessa Calderon. I am Tongve, as well as Shumash, as well as Yoeme. And Rosario, you said that Jamie doing an opening would be like celebrating her sweet 16 at someone's quinceañera. But your ignorant comments and even your 100-year celebration can be comparable to having your quinceañera at our women's coming of age ceremony. A ceremony that has been implemented with our women long before you or any other squatters occupied our unceded territories. Your comments were racist and unethical. You have proven to be no better than Nuri Martinez. And I am demanding that you and Tony Wu, who turned Jamie away from opening your celebration for a 100-year celebration of your city, which sits on our ancestral homelands near Awinga, which is hundreds of thousands of years older than your city, that you both resign from your positions as Nuri and other racists have been forced to do. To be honest, a land acknowledgement, it isn't enough. We have Gabrielino Tongva, Gabrielino Shoshone, and Gabrielino Kich, artists, planners, authors. I myself am a published author, a rapper, and a singer. We have chefs. We have so much more. We have basket weavers. I myself am a basket weaver. And there were so many ways that you could have included us that were not, quote, political. But you chose to attempt to erase us. And I'll leave you with these words in the language of the First Nations of this land. Tehovetam mer hanuk betam. 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 Tehovetam mer hanuk me pai me. Tu me comí que me pai me. Tu me comí que me pai me. Tu me comí que me pai me. Tehovet aumet hanuk vetam. That is for our ancestors. That is how we honor our ancestors. And that is what my sister should have done that very night. And I expect you to either resign or do better.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Violet, followed by Tina, followed by Jamie Rocha. Violet Luxton.
Good evening. My name is Violet Luxton. I am not a resident of West Covina, but I am a longtime resident of Southern California, born in Glendale, Los Angeles County, and now a resident of Claremont, California, which is in Los Angeles County. And I'm here because my relative, Jamie, let our community know that there have been disrespect that has taken place by the members of this council with one of our sisters. And I'm here to tell you that that is unacceptable. I am a third-generation Chicana, and I understand struggle and oppression. However, I am not at the center of these communities, and I will never understand the type of struggle and oppression that it is to be on your own land and to be discriminated against in such a way. Again, I am not at the center of these communities, but why am I here tonight? Because of love. I'm here because my mentor and my godmother, Tongva Elder Julia Bogany, taught me respect. She taught me dignity. I'm not ashamed to say I didn't know what that was, but I am proud to say I do now. And she mentored me, her and her cousin, Barbara Drake, and many of my relatives here tonight. So I would like to formally acknowledge before acknowledging the council, the traditional ancestors of this land, the relatives and relations that are currently here today, Nick Rocha, the Rocha family, Jamie, the Calderon family, and all relatives here today. I would like to note that on November of 2022, the County of Los Angeles adopted a land acknowledgement as their formal practice. So any conversation about land acknowledgements being too political needs to be done away with, because this, as my sister Jessica Calderon said, isn't even enough. Land acknowledgements are old news. We know it's not enough. We know that it can be prone to performativity, but it still needs to be done, because what is the alternative? I'm not going to use my words tonight. That would be disrespectful. I'm going to use the words of my mentor, Tongva Elder Julia Bogany, who said that Tongva women never left their land. They just became invisible. And again, unless you know what that's like in this room, unless you can say you know what that's like to be invisible in such a way on your own land and denied the right to speak with a simple acknowledgement on a public event, we have nothing to say here. And unless you know that pain, unless you go home with the stinging pain in your heart, the pain you feel coming up from the earth, the pain you feel of your ancestors, unless you know that pain, then you are not closely in proximity, and that is a privilege. So be thankful that you don't have that pain, but do what's right for the people that do feel that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tina Calderon, followed by Jamie Rocha, followed by Shazad Shazir.
Me'iha nehinka, netwanya ne Tina Orduno Calderon, komikrabet naha tongve, koi mixkanakan, koyo emet, awesh koneha ko avomanet tehovet tamet. Hello, my relatives. I'm Tina Orduno Calderon. I too am Gabrielino Tongva, Ventureño Chumash, and Yoeme. I am the mother of Jessa Calderon and the grandmother of Honor Calderon. I'm happy to be here to speak to you directly, and I am here to show support for my niece, Jamie Rocha. And I want you to know that land acknowledgements are not political. They are a tradition of showing respect to the people of the lands. And the people of the lands, this village here, Awinga, the people Awing Vatom. And so it doesn't matter what a land acknowledgement says, what tribe is delineated for today's time. What matters is that we acknowledge our Earth Mother, the water that runs through her veins, the minerals, the lands, the plant relatives, the animal relatives. And us people are part of that nature. We are not separate from it. So a land acknowledgement acknowledges first the land, and then all of those beautiful life forms and peoples that reside here. So please understand, it is not political. And I know that my niece would have given good words. She would have given a blessing. She would have opened it in a good way to celebrate 100 years. Congratulations on that. We are celebrating over 10,000 years. So we know we are connected to this land, deeply connected. And so we know that how you feel now that you are residents upon these lands. But please don't erase us. As they just talked about, Auntie Julia, to be visible. That's what we're trying to be. We have not been able to stand up and speak our piece and our mind and do our ceremonies since 1974. We had to go down underground up until that time when the freedom of religion passed. We have been able to come out, speak our language, sing our songs, perform our ceremonies, and show our proud culture. Please don't erase us. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jamie Rocha.
Present. Miha. My name is Jamie Rocha. I am a tribal council member of the Gabalina Shoshone Tribal Council of Southern California. I am also the granddaughter of Chief Yana Vera Rocha, a very prominent elder leader who is with me here in spirit. We are, along with my relatives in not only the Gabalina Shoshone, but the Gabalina Tongva and Key bands. We are the original takers of this city or this land now you call West Covina, even though to us is Owinga, as well as Los Angeles County, Orange County, and we're respective with our shared territories, but beyond. I'm here because I seem to be a center of a controversy, but even though this is not really about me, this is about my indigenous community and other indigenous communities that are represented here. We could go over and talk about what happened Saturday. You were there, I was there. We could talk about how Councilmember Tony Wu didn't have the decency even to come acknowledge me or even come talk to me. I just saw you physically just stomp away in anger or some kind of upset. And I'm kind of really, you know what, that makes me the most sad about that because as I walked Councilman Bryan through a land acknowledgement, opened up to interpretation, I was always welcome to consult with you about that. And I know you, especially two members who are people of color who know you have your own battles and your own struggles. I would expect a little more from two people representing West Covina. I was invited by Councilmember Tabatabe, and he came with the greatest intentions, went through the proper channels, even personally speaking to Roxanne Lerma. And I was ready to go, ready official. Yes, I came a little bit later, but we went through the proper channels to make sure I was involved. As a lifelong resident of West Covina, not only that, but as an indigenous woman representative of our local tribe. But I came to the event with the intention of education and community. But I'm not coming here with any vengeance. Please don't get me wrong. With any vengeance or kind of hatred, I come here to educate. You as leaders are here to represent a community. You cannot pick and choose which communities you want to represent, especially as people of color. You claim, and I've seen you speak before, to be part of the community, but how can you do that when you're actively participating in a long-standing tradition of whitewashing indigenous history? Because guess what? This is history. West Covina is indigenous history. I am West Covina. I am the history. I carry the blood of my ancestors through where I come from, and that is here. We are the original land. I expect to do better. I am here to repair and have West Covina do better. We could do better. Otherwise, you've seen the power here. And out of this ugliness that came on Saturday came this beauty. And a wish going on to everyone to support. Let's do better.
Thank you.
Shazard Sajir.
Good evening. My name is Shahrzad Shishigar, and I'm a West Covina resident. I'm here to express my disappointment with Councilmember Wu and Mayor Rosario Diaz for their decision to exclude the Gabrielino Shoshone tribe from engaging in West Covina's 100th year celebration. The centennial should have been an inclusive event, welcoming all members of the city to participate in the proceedings and take pride in the city in which they live. Instead, the tribal representative was taken off the program, even though it had already been approved by staff, which concerns me. I don't know why that happened. Political? I don't know that that's really the real reason. Was it because Mr. Tabatabai arranged it? I'm not sure. No, okay. So I don't know why then. I don't know why this decision was made. The city that this council represents once belonged to the Gabrielino Shoshone tribe. Their footprints is what set the stage for West Covina's existence. Denying Ms. Jamie Rocha the opportunity to bless our city, and we need to be blessed, after staff had already approved the plan and had actually put her on the agenda or program, was very humiliating for her. And she and the tribal members deserve an apology. Ms. Rocha had prepared for the event, and as a proud West Covina resident, was looking forward to doing a land acknowledgement. I didn't even know what that was, but I did look it up. It's is a formal statement that a public event is taking place on land originally inhabited by indigenous people. What is wrong with that? Why is this an issue for you guys? I don't understand that. Why wouldn't you want to support the granddaughter of an elder of the tribe who made West Covina her permanent home? You guys broke her heart, and it hurt me to listen to her. I really feel bad about what's happened. And I do think that if you guys apologize, there may be a way that things can be resolved in a positive manner. Okay. I think that's all I wanted to say about that issue. I also want to comment on the BKK property. I'm switching gears, sorry guys, because this is an important issue for me. I appreciate the city's decision to accurately designate the 2 parcels of land that are a part of the BKK. Designating it, let's see, there's 2 parcels of land, yeah. They designated it as a surplus land. And this to me, and I'm not sure if it's accurate, but it means, and sounds like, selling the land to a developer for the purposes of building
Thank you.
is no longer true. Let me know if that's accurate.
Thank you.
I believe that this is Isaac C. from Whittier. Isaac. Followed by Elena, followed by Marisol.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Isaac Chu. I was born in Taiwan, grew up in Northern California, and have resided in Southern California for 28 years. I've been a business owner and educator, and I know the importance of roots, both where one has come from and where one has chosen to put down roots. I want to make 3 acknowledgments tonight. First, that I'm a guest on Tongva tribal land. This is the traditional village of Waningna that we call West Covina today. Second, I want to acknowledge that indigenous roots run deep in Los Angeles County, whether it's Malibu in the west, Pavungna in the south, Tohungna to the north, Cucamonga to the east, and Yongna at the center. Memory of villages persists to this day. Rather than being controversial, I believe this is something that we should be proud of as residents of Los Angeles County. We should be proud that we live in a land with a long history. Indeed, it's an ancient history. Third, I want to acknowledge that anti-racism spans American history, which includes much of West Covina's last 100 years. Whether we're talking about abolition of African slavery in the 19th century, the resistance to Chinese and Japanese exclusion in the early 20th century, and the civil rights movements of the late 20th century. This is all part of American history, and indeed of West Covina's. I hope that the future of this city will involve a rediscovery of this land's rich indigenous culture and history, for they have a lot to teach us of what it means to live here. And indeed, they are our ancestors as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elena, followed by Marisol, followed by Jeremy.
First, I'd like to acknowledge that we are on indigenous land. This is Tonga Cabrileno land. Please don't forget that, Mayor Diaz and City Council members. Now, I'd like to share a quote from Roxana Ortiz. Under the crust of that portion of earth is called the United States of America, are interred the bones, villages, fields, and sacred objects of American Indians. They cry out for their stories to be heard through their descendants who carry the memories of how this country was founded and how it came to be. That is why I stand here today as an ally of my indigenous hermanos, hermanas, y hermanes, because indigenous history is the real history. And most recently, Mayor Rosario Diaz attempted to perpetrate the erasure and censorship of indigenous history. Not only is that despicable and shameful, but it's embarrassing. You consider yourself to be a leader, yet here you are failing your constituents, the students in the community, but most importantly, the lives of the indigenous people in this area. That is why I ask you to publicly apologize, acknowledge your limitations as a leader, and do better. You are a political figure in this community, and you need to offer a sincere public apology to the Native communities and to the Gabrielino Shoshone Tribal Council. It's the least you can do. Although I think you can do more, and I expect you to do more. Because as a middle school teacher, my students are way more cognizant and aware of the importance of land acknowledgement. And if they don't, I don't mind having that conversation with them because they're 12, but you're grown adults. What's your excuse? I need you to do better. I need you to do your homework because obviously you have a lot of learning to do.
Thank you.
Marisol, followed by Jeremy, followed by Albert.
Hello? Is mic on? All right, hello. My name is Marisol Sanchez. I'm a community organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I'm here to support Jamie Rocha and the Gabrielino Shoshone Nation and the rest of the indigenous peoples of this land from being disrespected from a recent community event that was put on by the city. The ignorant acts of Mayor Rosario Diaz and Councilmember Tony Wu is a reflection of America's continuing erasure of indigenous people. This country has a massive debt to the indigenous people of this land and across the world. From the pollution of their lands to the dehumanization of them as people and their cultures. The betrayal and childish comments made by the mayor and council member is unacceptable. While at the end of the day, there's much more work to be done to give real reparations and healing that Native people deserve, the least you owe is an apology. As an indigenous Mexican, do not erase the people who historically lived on this land. They don't deserve to be erased from the period of colonization to now. We all know our history books already erased them. And that's sad because our younger generations are being taught lies about the foundation of America. Don't give us performative actions or promises. Do the real work that it takes to represent the people. We'll continue to put on the pressure if you drag your feet. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Jeremy, followed by Albert.
My name is Jeremy Gonzalez. I'm the great-great-grandson of Jenny Acuna. I come here to show support for my cousin Jamie and my relatives. One thing you guys got to understand, we have Tongva, we have Kish, we have Gabrielino. This is the first time in 30 years that we're sitting in a room together. Do you realize that? Do you realize that? That we occupied from Kapanga all the way to Redlands. Do you know what Pacoima means? No, huh? It means entrance to the valley, and you probably don't care. I don't know what you're writing down, but you're not educated. I know that. And you're not educated about your own people because you would know your language, the Nawa language, and you would have an altar, and you would read a book, and you would know about a medicine bag, and you would have respect for the First Nations people. I want to show you guys something right here. Brian, can you come up and read this, please? Is that allowed? Can he grab this from me? Okay, well, what it says, thank you, Jeremy Gonzalez, from the Quiche Nation for the protection of Lincoln Heights. Avenue 34 is poison. You know what I did? I shut down a multi-million-dollar site that was spewing gases to young Chicano indigenous people in Lincoln Heights. Multi-million-dollar site. Imagine that. So think of the things that you guys want to build here. Think of that. Think of my ancestors' bones that might be in these burial grounds where you want to build things. Think how long I can hold that up in court. Think how long. You won't get nothing built. I can bring an anthropologist out here and we could collect artifacts. We could collect our bones. Anytime you guys want to build anything and have our people regulate it. What are you going to do then? When you want your money, you want your greed, you want to let the colonizer speak an extra time, but you want to take our voice, you should be embarrassed. I suggest you read a book called The Medicine Bag, and you will learn about your heritage. And I suggest you learn about your heritage too, sir. All the things that have happened to Asian people, and we support them. Black folks support them. White folks support them. And you turn around and do this to my relatives? Have you guys apologized instead of smiling? Do you even know what a land acknowledgement is? Do you know what a seventh directions prayer is? The seventh direction, I'm going to tell you this, is the within. Okay? Is the within. And that's where you need to look within yourselves. The within. And I thank you, Brian, for supporting us and supporting my family. I appreciate you.
Jeremy.
Good evening, council members. My name is Albert Acuna Jr. I'm an elder, Gabrielino native elder. Come here to support my cousin, Jamie, and the Roca family, who has shown great disrespect. Okay? Can I ask you, do you know the history of the Gabrielino Indians, sir? No. Ma'am? No.
This is not a conversation.
Pardon me?
We're not having a conversation. We're here to listen to you.
You can't acknowledge whether yes or no? I'm not asking for a dialogue. All I'm just saying.
That's what I thought you wanted.
Do you know?
No.
No, of course you don't. Are you familiar with the traditions of the Gabrielino Indians, sir? Ma'am?
No.
Okay. Well, I suggest you take time, okay? Your own personal time to learn about it and understand it, okay? You sit on Gabrielino territory. It has been since time began, and it'll always be Gabrielino territory. You will come and go, your ancestors will come and go, but the land will always be Gabrielino, okay? If I came into your house and showed disrespect to your mother or your mother, would you allow it? Would you? Can I have an acknowledgement, ma'am?
I'm not having a conversation with you, sir. Continue with your conversation.
I can see why my relatives are upset with your attitude. Okay? And I applaud you, sir, for your commitment to the indigenous Indians here. Okay? Have you ever heard of Toy Perina? I don't need to even address you. Read up on her, okay? I'll tell you a little bit about her. She was a shaman in the beginning of the establishment of the San Gabriel Mission, okay? She led a revolt against Spain. The first indigenous native female to lead a revolt in the land of the United States. What you have done to my cousin, the Spaniards did the same because they tried her and they banished her up north, never to come back to her territory. Sad. But if you don't understand history, if you don't respect it, if you don't take the time to read it, you will once again do the same crime. And obviously you did. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Obviously you did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alfred, followed by Roland, followed by Trinidad. Alfred Mendoza. Is it Alfred?
Good evening, council members and guests here tonight. My name is Alfred Mendoza. With the permission of my ancestors, I want to ask for permission of the ancestors of the land to speak to you today. I'm here in support of Jamie Rocha and others here who are sharing their frustration and their disgust for the way they were treated and the way they were rejected, the way they were erased, the way they were, in a way, excluded. And what you're doing and what you did and what you probably continue to do is you're revisiting the nightmares, the horrors of what we call the settler colonialism, right? Which started 500 years, and that's 500 years of what we say in Espanol, 500 engaños, 500 disrespects, 500 betrayals, 500 and more of the erasure, right? And those are the things you're revisiting. Settler colonialism tried to erase, try to exclude, try to displace, and try to completely vanish the people of this land. And that's what you did this Saturday. You excluded, you vanished, and you revisited the horrors of settler colonialism on these relatives and these natives. And I'm just here to share that frustration, because this is what I teach my students, right? I teach here in the region. I teach ethnic studies, and that's the first thing I teach my students. Know what land you're on, and know whose land that you're on, and know the land that you're from too, right? You got to show that respect. You got to show that commitment that you're a guest on this native land. Just as I am a guest, you're a guest too. You're a guest too. Many of us are guests here too. But to continue, as many have said today, right, these horrors of settler colonialism, you're just recutting the wounds of the people here, which are deep, deep wounds that are way over 100 years of wounds that the native people of this land have experienced. So, understand that. Understand what you have done. Understand what you're repeating. Understand what you're revisiting when you treat people like that. Because that's what we see happening and what's been happening for over 500 years when the history of this land was interrupted. The native history of this land, which is over, as many have said, over 10,000 years of history of this land. And for you just to erase it and throw it away like that and shove it out and try to exclude it, you're doing exactly what colonizers do. You should be ashamed of that. You should recognize what you're doing and be very cognizant that all these simple things like a land acknowledgement ain't political. If anything, it should be land back, right, to the native people of California. That's what it should be. But that's not even what they're asking for tonight, right? They're simply asking to acknowledge a simple tradition, a simple ritual of asking for permission to be here. That's what you need to do. Understand where you're at.
Thank you.
And whose lands you're on. Thank you.
Roland, followed by Trinidad. Roland.
Hello, my name is Roland Conley. I'm a resident of West Covina District 3. I'm here to ask for a public apology to the Gabrielino Shoshone Tribal Council and to indigenous communities. And I got to point out, first off, I'm not indigenous. but I'm not okay with this either. I have privilege. Clearly, I'm white. I have a degree in history, in fact, actually. And yeah, erasure's not done. It keeps going. It's ongoing. It hasn't been finished. Not everybody knows things. This isn't some new world. We haven't suddenly fixed that. So I just have some questions that I'd like the city manager and assistant city manager to answer, just because some people are trying to say what happened didn't happen like it did. So first off, what the timeline was, because it was set up. It was set up that this land acknowledgement would happen. And then also what involvement from council members and what communication was given to them, because you are representatives. That's what you're here for. And as people have mentioned, it's disappointing and concerning, because what has been represented from my district, I'm in District 3, that's not what I believe and not what I think. But I have to put up with it because I moved here. I didn't actually get to vote, and I have to wait because the districts moved. And as someone whose biracial child will go to school, will read history books, part of her culture is not going to be represented either. Yeah, exactly, Lily, right? This matters to everybody. First, one of the big points, as many people have mentioned, the existence of indigenous people is not political. It's history. Many people have said that now. But I wanted to say that again, because you guys should know that. As people of color, they expect better. Yeah, that's right, kid. You know, you were asked by residents to serve. Not like you didn't get to just hop up here. You know, it's not a full-time job. We understand that. But you chose to do this. You know, you chose to represent us. And the message that was going to be brought, the land acknowledgement, it was not ever going to ruin the mood of the festival. It was just a good thing. And the prayer and things that would follow. So I just kind of want to finally and restate again that we don't know better now, clearly, because this happened. Anyway, thank you.
Trinidad, followed by Jasenia, followed by Nicholas.
Panorte, no toca Trinidad, Masawali Mexicano, Chicano, Chichimeca, Guarame. Hello, my name is Trinidad. I am Mexican, Chicano, Chichimeca, and Guarame. I am here in support of my relatives, my sister, Jamie Rocha, and the Gabrielino Shoshone, for the disrespect that was done to them on Saturday. Now, this is not a political act. A land acknowledgement is not a political act. But let's take your train of thought, right, that it's a political act. Well, you lacked the political courage to do the right thing. And the fallout is you erased the history, the true history of West Covina. You erased 500 years of trauma done to the indigenous peoples of this territory. You erased an indigenous woman's voice because of your political cowardice. And here you are because you thought, oh, well, who cares if we disrespect Jamie? Who's going to come out and support her? The community came out. The community came out. And so really, you do yourselves no favor by calling this a political act. An acknowledgement, because you show your political cowardice. So I just really want to, what you should be doing is really having a land acknowledgement before every city council meeting. That's what should happen. And an apology to the Gabrielino Shoshone, to Jamie Rocha, to the entire family, and try and beg to make things right after this awful, awful insult. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janessa, followed by Nicholas, followed by Gretel. Janessa? Howard? Followed by Nicholas Rocha, followed by Gretel Rodriguez.
Hi, my name is Janessa Howard. I'm a public historian. I've worked on Tongva exhibits for Pomona Fairplex and published articles for elders such as Marshall McKay. I have worked with Julia Bogany and others as well, elders who have experienced trauma for generations, that understand their ancestors and their history to be important. To Mayor Diaz, being a Mexican-American woman from Texas, I know that you disassociate yourself from Southern California's history and culture. Understand that the company that you keep when they term the coin cockroach. That is a 1909 eugenics movement term referencing Mexican women. Forced sterilizations. This happened here. This is part of California history. Your claim of Mexican descent means that you're Spanish and native. You have not realized this. You're a result of colonization. Yes? You're a testament to your fathers and mothers' tenacity to survive against that struggle. The Tongva community here, the Gabrielino Shoshone community here, has also experienced the same thing. Yet you disassociate yourself, and I don't understand why. I don't. They are trying to survive the trauma of genocide by honoring their ancestors' legacy. You, above all people, should recognize and respect your Native brothers and sisters to start the healing process, not just for them, for you. For you. Colonization has affected you to the point where you forget where your bloodline comes from, to the point of insulting your ancestors' blood in your veins. Tell me, how can you lead a community of people by forgetting that which has directly and effectively, historically affected you? Tell me. You can't. To Councilman Wu, there's a history of Chinese immigrants here in California who were also survivors. They came here as immigrants from opium wars in China and worked on transcontinental railroads and the California's orange industry to send money back home to their loved ones. I would think that you would know this. They were run out of towns by white supremacists. Yeah, because they were believed to take all the jobs. The only jobs that they could take was laundry and cooking. Yes? Okay? These jobs were death-defying. Could you imagine being blown up just because of a transcontinental railroad or suffering heat stroke? Because this happened here. This is California history. The Tongva community has experienced this as well. Not only just from the Spaniards that created the admission system, but also from the simple fact of the heat strokes. They happen daily. I am on Tongva land, and not even I'm actually the sun. Oh.
Nicholas Rocha, followed by Greto Rodriguez, followed by Alejandro.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas Rocha. I'm the chairman of the Gabrielino Shoshone Tribal Council of Southern California. And I first want to say, I know your jobs are hard. Leading is hard. Okay? But we got to learn from who we lead, not from ourselves. You guys got to work together. Everybody has to be a part of each other. No one man can run a show. This is not dictatorship. My job is to listen to my people. My job is to listen to my spiritual leaders. I just want you to understand that I could come here as an angry dad because I'm Jamie's dad. Okay? And yeah, I come here with an open heart. You know, my mom took on a lot of bigger people than anybody realizes. She took on Spielberg. She took on DreamWorks. She took on Hughes Corporation, Hughes Aircraft, Hughes Helicopter Corporation. And she saved the Bionda wetlands. She's responsible for the Etowanda sage fields. You know, we're here to continue her legacy of just taking care of the land. taking care of education. This is what you can learn about education. That's the way I brought up my daughters. We follow a long-standing tradition. Can you guys say the same thing as yours? Can you say, would your kids stand up here and talk to you in that manner that she spoke, yet open heart? That's all we're asking for. You know, an apology would be nice, but we want you guys to learn from your mistakes because we learn from our mistakes. It's the only way to survive. We survived a lot. We survived them in slavery. We survived the mission system. We survived indentured slavery. You know, we survived residential schools. So the way we did that was as a community together. So there's a whole community here at your disposal for you to engage with and be a part of. Hi, Letty. I met you at George's Cafe before. And we talked, you know, and I offered our services, you know, because we're here to take care of the environment. We're here to take care of your kids' environments, your children, your grandchildren's environment when they grow older. Because if we don't step up, who don't? Who will? Well, that's my 3 minutes. So
thank you, sir.
Thank you for listening. And thank you for listening to the public.
Thank you.
Greto Rodriguez, followed by Alejandro, followed by Daniel Luna.
Evening. I'm Greta Rodriguez. I traveled from San Diego, about 4-hour traffic to be here. When our Native Americans ask us to be allies, I show up, and I'm here in support of that. I'm starting off with a poem. In Lakesh, you are my other me. If I do harm to you, I do harm to myself. If I love and respect you, I love and respect myself. 22 years of teaching, and that's a poem I teach my students so that when they grow up, they have the compassion and love that when someone says they hurt, you respond. You retract. You say you're sorry. And it's done with mannerism. 70% of our communication is our body language. I look at what you do more. I look at how you act and what you do more than what you say. So politicians say what they need to say to get voted in. We're learning today where you're at. You can recover from this. With love and compassion, you can retract and not double down. You can be racist when you make a racist act and just say sorry. You can be racist against your own when you have political power. You have political power, Ms. Diaz. I feel responsible for you because you're part of my community. And I have to also be a part of that growth and that respect for you, and I need you to do that for me and to do it for our relatives. You're indigenous, and you don't know it because the system is so designed to erase that, to keep us from being indigenous. In Mexico, we had doctrines of white supremacy with mejorar la raza. That means better the bloodline by marrying white and not to be indigenous and reject our black. Today, you're proof that that worked. When you don't acknowledge your indigenous background, when you don't respect other indigenous people. Look up the Lemon Grove incident in San Diego, where I learned as a Chicana that was the start of the erasure of us in here. Because in order to go with white students, we had to label ourselves white. We erased our indigenous, or even our Spaniard. Actually, the Spaniard is white, so it's actually correct. But understand that you need to know that history. And the only reason I know it is because I went to college. And that's why ethnic studies is important, because you would have had access to that information. And that's why we need that for our students. Even our API students don't know who they are. And they're learning it through ethnic studies. When the API community was hurting during the pandemic, I was at every march, at every rally to make sure your community was supported. So understand there's community that supports you. We're not about freeways. We're not about fiestas and tacos and quinceañeras. We're so much more than that. So as you try to profit off of us in your campaigns, think better than that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alejandro, followed by Daniel Luna, followed by Maria.
Yali, Nanotoka, Alejandro Shipekwa Juarez, Nagua Matlacinca. Hello and good evening, good day. My name is Alejandro Shipekwa Juarez and I am of Nagua Matlacinca ancestry. I am here to acknowledge and give thanks to my relatives, my Tongva, Gabrielino, Shoshone, Quiche relatives, and I'm here to also share a little history of myself in terms of my relation to West Covina. I graduated, I actually was in Rincon Intermediate, which became Telesis, and went to Nogales High School. I was expelled from both of them because of a racist school system that pushed me out as a student when I really needed support, mental health services, because my father passed away and we lost our houses. Through my path, I made it to UCLA and recently graduated with my bachelor's, and I will be applying hopefully for my PhD pretty soon. West Covina birthed me. La Puente birthed me. These communities birthed me. And nothing hurts me more than seeing my city and this land and its public officials show disrespect to my relatives, to my native people, right? I'm here to show support to Jamie Rocha, who I've never met and never had the honor to share space with. But I understand what happened and do not tolerate that. I'm very, very disappointed in you, Mr. Wu and Mrs. Diaz, right? When you smile up here and when you laugh or when you show some form of smirk, you're laughing at the hundreds and thousands of people that were killed in the United States in the process of making this nation. You're laughing at Native children that were used as target practice when they first came, these explorers, right? The sexual exploitation of children and women that was happening here in this nation, right? The lynching and the burning of Native people. When you laugh and when you smile at all of these people sharing these comments, that's what you're smiling at. And I hope you're not proud of that. And I hope you don't show pride in that. And that's the way you represent these seats. This is no laughing matter. This is a serious matter that needs to be taken immediately and needs to be taken with action. And action is now, not yesterday, but today, tonight. We need action. We need an apology and a sincere apology to everyone here. Everybody in this room here. We need requirements. We need to make it a requirement for land acknowledgements. We need to make sure that we have indigenous studies in every single high school right here in West Covina. We need indigenous cultural centers. You need to have indigenous people in a seat right here that makes decisions about land and water and everything that goes through the city. We need land back. And all of you have the responsibility today. Those that aren't involved in this are now involved in this to hold your fellow people accountable. And for you to take accountability, we make mistakes. You have the responsibility now. The ball's in your court. Please make the right decision. Las Kamati. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel Luna, followed by Maria, followed by Bill Robinson.
Good evening, Mayor Diaz and council members. I'm Daniel Luna. I'm a resident here of West Covina. And I mean, guys really did it. And it's not surprising what happened, because I've seen Mr. Tony Wu, who, just to be clear, you're not the mayor. You're not the mayor pro tem. And as I hear what happened, you got involved in something that you shouldn't have, you know? And it's something that you've done throughout your tenure, where you make decisions thinking that it's in the best interest of West Covina. And just as you did with this decision, or to sabotage the blessing, you didn't do it. I believe you did. So it's another example of things where you get involved in things that you shouldn't. You know, if Mr. Tabatabai had made arrangements for this to be done, it should have been done. You squandered an opportunity for our city to recognize the history, the entire history of this land. Yes, it was incorporated 100 years ago into the city, but there's prior history that's still with us today. Now, at events that I've been at recently, we've started all of them with indigenous prayer. It's much more inclusive, broader. You don't have to nod. I don't believe you. You know, because you're saying that you're not playing politics, but you straight up are playing politics just by deciding, because it's in line with your Republican strategy. Really, it is. And you need to stop, okay? Because what's going to happen is you brought a lot of people and a lot of visitors, and I welcome them to our city. But at the same time, I do think that you believe you're speaking on behalf of constituents that don't want to acknowledge that history, that are afraid of change, that are afraid of seeing other people in our communities. And don't be afraid. We're asking for a blessing for this land, for this celebration to be great, and you're afraid? What are you afraid of? Okay? So I would like to just I echo what people are saying. There does need to be, at a minimum, an apology made to folks that took time out of their schedule to attend this event. And I also want to thank Tabatabai for speaking up. And I think that all this has to be rectified. And it's going to be an important lesson for all of you to learn, to be more open-minded and to embrace change and be more open to other ideas. Okay? So that's all. Thank you.
Maria, followed by Bill Robinson, followed by Vanessa.
Hello, City Hall members and councilwomen. My name is Maria Carbajal. They call me Tony because my middle name's Antonia. My people are Otomi. Otomi people come from Centro Mexico. We actually made the city of Querétaro. That's how deep our roots go to this land. We are in North America. That makes me native as well. What they call us is indigenous. But I'm a native person to this whole land. My family is. I can trace my bloodline. I could show you this. I've graduated from Mount San Antonio College. I'm an alumni. I got my degree in social and human behavioral sciences and in psychology as well. I transferred over to Cal Poly Pomona, which is Tongva land, which they acknowledge, which at my school, which I graduated from during COVID, we always had land acknowledgements, and we're just a school. How hard is it for a city to do that? It is quite embarrassing to be here having to speak about this because this is where we come from. One of our major concepts in our teachings is that we are all related. So I'm related to you. You're related to me. You're related to me. You are. We're all related. And in this way, we're all in a circle. If the bee dies, we die. If the plants die, we die. This is an important teaching that I'm sharing with you that my elders have imparted to me. My tribe was already disseminated. I learned from other tribes. I'm grateful and lucky to have been taught by my elder and elders. I have worked with the Ohlone people, whose lands are originally in San Francisco, but they have been displaced here. And I have worked with the many other tribes that I'm able to. So I graduated from Cal Poly with an anthropology degree. I am an anthropologist. And I'm here to tell you that this is very important things to know. This is the foundation. Even Bob Marley said, without roots, you cannot know your future. Simple. And it really does, it doesn't disgust me, to be quite honest with you. It saddens me. Like, I really pity you. And you, sir, ma'am, you guys are both educated, supposed to be. You're people of color. How could you do that to yourself? Because what you do to me and to my community, you are doing to yourself. Like I said, in our teachings, we are all related. So no matter what you do, it'll all come back in a circle. Besides my pedigree and my own education on that, my family, for a long time, were ashamed to tell us of our origins, because in Mexico, it wasn't acknowledged, and it's not anything people are proud of. But I am very proud. I'm an American. I'm Otomi, and I am the land.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Robinson, followed by Vanessa, followed by Jue.
Good evening. You hosted a speaker from the Air Quality Management District at the beginning of the meeting, and I was concerned about what he had to say, stationary source pollution and mobile source pollution. That's really important, but I view many of the things that have happened tonight as sort of a distraction, because there was a very important event that happened in Ohio about seven days ago, and this is a distraction from that. BKK was a disposal site for a lot of vinyl chloride, and there's a train wreck, and a lot of vinyl chloride was spilled, and I don't know where our government is, our federal government, but they did exactly the opposite of what they should have done. They burned the vinyl chloride away, which that's a bad practice. You don't do that because it creates dioxin. And the event was near the Ohio River, and there's thousands of dead fish, and the Ohio River is the watershed for 30 million Americans. And here we are tonight being distracted by, it's typical for me. I'm not a shaman. I'm the village idiot. I don't know what the hell's going on. But, but here we are. We've been discussing this for an hour. But, there's many histories and many timelines. My grandmother was born in 1905 in Indian Territory. In 1907, it became the state of Oklahoma. And the Cherokees, they encountered the white settlers right away. In pre-colonial times, they were negotiating and trying to figure things out and tried to live peaceably for hundreds of years. This is before the U.S. Constitution. They had a basket full of treaties that they concluded with the people that lived there then. They took those treaties to the U.S. Supreme Court in 1831, again in 1832, and they won. But President Andrew Jackson said, well, the U.S. Supreme Court doesn't have a control of the U.S. Army, and I do. And part of my family history is it's called the Trail of Tears. People are here in this room are all offended and stuff like that. Well, in the dead of winter, the Cherokees, I think it was around 1838, were herded like cattle to Indian Territory, to Oklahoma, and about a third of them died on the way. And the Army didn't care. They weren't even, I guess the people in this room are really offended, but the Japanese Americans prior to World War II, there was war hysteria, and they had their property taken.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson.
I think everybody should just take a deep breath,
Thank you.
I'm sorry, but I intended to talk about that.
Thank you.
Supreme Court, but I didn't.
Thank you.
Chance.
Next time.
Next time.
Vanessa, followed by Jue, followed by Cheyenne.
That was offensive. Hello, my name is Vanessa Marquez. Before I start, I would like to acknowledge the people that are in the room that are here from the Quiche Gabrielino, the Gabrielino Shoshone, and the Tongva local community, and everybody else that came here. I just want to mention I'm also a board member of the American Indian Movement Southern California chapter. All the chapters and other groups, Native groups, a lot of them from Los Angeles are in the Dakotas right now. I promise you, if they were not there, we could pack this place even more, and next week we can too. So I just want to mention that because a lot of my friends aren't here, and I just happened to leave a day late. So I'm local. I have Southern California, Apache, and Pueblo blood. I went to school here in this community. I taught here. I also went to Citrus. I went to Cal Poly, and I'm trying to get my PhD right now. I just want to give you a little bit of my local family history. My family lived right there on Irwindale Boulevard, Arrow Highway area. My family had to leave here in the 40s because they were burning homes down and hanging people. This wasn't 100 years ago, 200 years ago. There were boarding schools that didn't close until the late 80s. So our people are still going through it. There's still stuff that we don't even know that's happening. I just need to mention that wasn't a long time ago. So my family from this area left to New Mexico in the 40s because they were killing our community. There was a lot of racism out here. And then my family came back in the 80s. And when they came back, we were trying to connect and build our community back again. In the time my family left, we lost a lot of homes and a lot of land. I'm just so disappointed. I cannot believe that I'm standing here. I cannot believe that we have to do this again and again and again. And I cannot believe somebody's telling me that this is, or saying even that this was 100 years ago or a long time ago, because it's still happening. A land acknowledgement is something that they do everywhere now. It's basic protocol. It's the simplest thing. They do it at schools. I go to schools to do this. A bunch of these people here, I see right here, I run into them at all sorts of events doing land acknowledgements. I just can't believe that I'm here. That's all. I hope that you can change this, fix this, apologize, because I promise you we will be back.
Jue, followed by Cheyenne, followed by Marcos. Oh. Jue. Cheyenne, you're next.
All right. Is this thing on? Hi, everybody. My name is Jue Roybal Castle. My traditional name is Oyate Buiwabu Shwiwa. I want to acknowledge that I reside on the Gabrielino Tongva territory. I also want to acknowledge the Gabrielino Shoshone people, and I want to acknowledge the Gabrielino Quiche people. I am Osage, I am absentee Shawnee, and I am Muskogee Creek. And I was born to the Cree people in Alberta, Canada, at Small Boy Camp, which was a resurgence camp in the 70s. My parents are Rosemary Roybal. She's a Chicana. She was one of the first women to work in the White House, under Carter, under Ford, under Nixon. My father is Richard Dean Castle. He's an Osage spiritual person. He was a medicine carrier. He was the prophecy carrier for the Hopi people. We are not Hopi people, but he was elected by the Hopi elders, Thomas Panyaka in specific. Thank you for looking at your watch, Mr. Wu. Anyways, I'm here in a quinceañera dress because of this disparaging remark that you made to Jamie Rocha. And the fact that you likened it, our land acknowledgement and our way of life, to a quinceañera or a sweet 16. We don't celebrate either. So what you continue to do is continue to erase our people. While I reside in Los Angeles County, I sit across from people like the LAUSD superintendent because we're pushing things called indigenous education now. And so what we're doing is we're educating people in the schools so we don't have issues like this with grown adults. So I don't wear this outfit to please you. I wear this outfit in solidarity with my sister, Jamie Rocha. How dare you disrespect her? How dare you disrespect the Gabrielino Shoshone Nation? How dare you disrespect our people? It was uncalled for. We can never go back and redo the 100th anniversary. We can never have that day back. And I also want to acknowledge the fact that you let that man slide up here in Black History Month and slide the N-word in here with a hard R. Uncalled for. Because let me tell you something. My people that came from Oklahoma on my daddy's side, the Osage, the absentee Shawnee, and the Muskogee Creek, okay? Not the Cherokee, but those people were also called Prairie Ends. So when we say we're all related, we're all related. I want to acknowledge my black relatives for this month, in Black History Month, I want to acknowledge all of the Native American people that you disrespected, to our elder that was up here and y'all were just disrespecting him.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And you're going to have to contend for that with ancestors. You don't do that to our elders.
Cheyenne, followed by Marcos.
Mija, I'm Cheyenne Rocha. I am Jamie Rocha's sister, the one who you gladly welcomed with warm welcome with open arms. And I say that sarcastically because I'm with the Gabrielino Shoshone. My father's Nicholas Rocha. His mother was Shifei Navarra Rocha. And, you know, my grandmother, she's not here with us today, but she's here with us in spirit. And she would have been infuriated. I'm only 26. I was born and raised here in West Covina all my life, and I am disgusted by the actions that had taken place. When my mom had called me about my sister and described what happened, I was disgusted. I was absolutely disgusted. Because that's my sister. You know, she was here to do a land acknowledgement, to show whose land we're on. We're on the Gabrielino. I'm shaking with anger right now. I am furious at both of you. Don't just shake your heads because you aren't even looking at us in the eyes when we are speaking. You two have infuriated me because this is our land. We have the right to practice our culture. For my ancestors that couldn't even speak their language. You know, this isn't just years ago of history. This just isn't the past. It's happening now. We're still living in this trauma. And for you guys to just laugh and mock and smile, that is disgusting. I am a 26-year-old and I'm telling two grown adults their actions. And I thank you to Mr. Tabadai for the support he's given my sister. Is amazing. And I thank you to you and your wife for what you guys did. That is absolutely amazing. You know, I couldn't even sleep for 3 days because I've been thinking about what to say. I wasn't even coming up here prepared to what to say. But, you know, just observing your actions and you guys laughing and mocking, you know, my family and my relatives is absolutely disgusting. I don't care how many minutes I have. We have the right to speak. We're no longer to be silenced. Our people are still here. I hope you guys give some kind of apology to my sister, to my family, to my relatives who are here with us today. That you guys make some kind of change. And I'm asking that for two grown adults what to do. And you're supposed to be from this line of heritage and you're still in denial? That is what baffles me. But I hope you guys could realize and change your ways, what you guys done, and make an apology. And that's all I have to say today. Oh.
Marcos.
Apoyoalte Togniwan. Tikin Nayolo Ishmate, Togniwan Masewa, Tepechaneque, Gabrielino, Tongba, Kish, Shoshone, Juan Shumash. And now what? My maternal language, I'm recognizing the land in which we're standing as a Gabrielino, Shoshone, Kish, Tongva territory, and of the Shumash people as well, considering all of the surrounding areas. I serve as an educator and have for over 30 years. And a part of me wants to call you in, expecting that you can do the right thing. And part of me recognizes that the reason why you said this was too political was because of your politics. Was because there's hate behind that word of political. Was because there's a vision about the world that indigenous peoples existing today can't fit in your world, can't fit in your vision of West Covina. I'm asking that all of these protests that have been expressed today be entered into the record of this meeting, to be acted upon. An apology will not be enough. An apology is too easy. You had 100 years to prepare for this moment, and you lost it. The governor of California has formally apologized to all indigenous peoples native to California, is working on land-backed solutions to return land and resources to the indigenous peoples. I think that this government ought to do that as well. This territory 100 years ago was segregated, and today we have to hear that our own people are thought of as cockroaches, that our own people are thought of as unwelcomed in their territory, in their city. And those politics of hate are yours. We appreciate Mayor Pro Tem for listening to Councilmember Jamie Rocha's will to do a good thing. Who were the organizers of this event who didn't bother to go out and seek out proper consultation to be present as a part of this anniversary? They need to be held accountable as well.
Thank you.
I have no further speaker cards, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to make a statement. I am the mayor of West Covina, and I was not informed of the change of the events that were to take place that last minute, Saturday, on February 28th. Councilman Cantos, Mayor Pro Tem, and I came to a consensus to have an acknowledgement presented by Mayor Pro Tem. In addition, Ms. Rocha was offered the opportunity to say a prayer for the city of West Covina. Ms. Rocha declined. She was not denied her opportunity. She simply just refused. To my surprise, Order. Order.
You're a liar.
Order.
That's my daughter. Listen to the people.
So.
We listen to you whole night. Please let her finish, then we can finish.
Yeah, okay, recess. We're going to take a recess. All right, I'm going to continue. Okay. To my surprise, Mayor Pro Tem promptly made negative comments about our city, saying that we, as a city, refused to allow this to happen, which is not true. This was a time to celebrate 100th anniversary of West Covina and to bring the peoples together as a community. Councilman Wu and I are being labeled as racist. This is uncalled for and not true. Councilman Wu was not part of the decision-making. Again, this agreement was made between Councilman Cantos, Mayor Pro Tem, and myself. The negative message that is being spewed about Councilman Wu, me, and the city has put the black cloud over the city, and that is not acceptable. Therefore, I'm requesting that our city attorney initiate a third-party investigation to reveal the truth. All parties involved in the decision-making should be interviewed, and a report should be presented. The report should disclose how and why the situation was brought to us at the last minute. This report should disclose any racial bias from each individual city council and city staff, and it should reveal any questions of transparency. Do I have a consensus? City Attorney, can we arrange this investigation?
Yes, I will. Yes, I will.
as soon as possible, please.
Yes.
Thank you. City Manager, can you respond to the rest of the comments that people have?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, members of the public. This is the portion of the agenda where the City Manager is asked to respond to public comments. This was an unusual evening. I'm going to do my best. Never seen this number of speakers, and I want you to know that all are welcome, and your comments are really important to us. We really welcome that people come here to seek redress of their grievances. I'm glad you came. I'm going to go through this as quickly as I can, Mayor and Council. Marcia Solario commented on the open positions. We have some volunteer positions open. Resumes for the audit committee were given to the City Council with your weekly update last week, and I hope we get some candidates and you can appoint to fill those ranks pretty quickly. Armando Herman questioned about the right to speak, which he exercises that at every single meeting, and he came again tonight. And we would defend his right to have his time, his 3 minutes, his 5 minutes, whatever it is. And we do not limit content when he speaks. He says things sometimes that are offensive to everyone, but we defend his right, his First Amendment rights to speak. We had Elsie Messmith talk about one item on our agenda, item 8, concerning the city attorney contract. The rule of thumb with respect to expenditures for city attorney services would be you'd want to spend between 1% and 2% of your general fund budget on your legal. With this contract, we're at about 1/2%, and we're getting great service from this firm, so I recommend that contract on your consent calendar tonight. Wenwen Zhang, our library director, was here talking about events and updates to the library, and I would just like to compliment Wenwen that the library sponsored some of the events at our festival this weekend, the Magician for the Children's Program. Very much appreciated. Chris Miller talked about our Hazard Safety Improvement Program, agenda item 14. We've got our traffic engineer tonight when we get to that item. And Chris, I'll follow up on your suggestions about the outdoor dining. As we close down our COVID emergency, we're going to have to redo our zoning a little bit to allow it. I haven't heard any problems about it, but we want to make sure that it continues to be safe. Shazar Shisk talked about the BKK property, which is tonight recommended to be declared as surplus. So that's going as she suggested. I wanted to speak to the 35 people who took the time to speak tonight on the question of what happened at our city's birthday party. I think the comments of all 35 were best summed up by Wendy Mitchell's son, Robert, who said, and I quote, "Indigenous people were not allowed time to speak. My intent at this event was to allow a space for all members of the community to participate. As a city, I believe we have a duty to give everyone equal opportunity. All here tonight are important members of the West Covina community, and of course, all voices deserve to be heard. I really appreciate that people came out tonight. I was not in attendance at this evening's event, but I sure heard about it right away. I called Jamie Rocha right away, called her the very next day, and we spoke for some time on the phone that I could apologize to her for what happened on behalf of the city. I apologize to you privately, and tonight I'm doing so publicly. Jamie was on the program and should have been welcome to speak. That did not happen. She was excluded. That is not right. I want the city's 100th birthday to be positive. I can't say that enough. I reached out to her and just want, Jamie, you to know that we want to set this right. And that's all I've got for response to public comments this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. I know that if this was originally in the program plan, this wouldn't have happened. I know West Covina is not like that. We include all, we welcome all. It's actually nice to hear positive side. I know when Pro Tem Tabatabai comes up and speak about the Tongva people, he always opens up with, this is a stolen land. But I know he focuses on like the hurt, the negative, the violence. But today I really appreciated hearing the positive and that's what we like to hear. We want to focus on all the positivity. So I know Jamie's dad, thank you for those kind words, along with all the other ones who mentioned, taking care of this land. I mean, we all are here together. You with a beautiful voice. We have more festivities coming up. We'd love to hear you perform. We'd love to hear you sing. It brings... Oh, too expensive. I don't know, unless somebody sponsors or your organization sponsors you. No, but, I really want to, it was a misunderstanding, miscommunication. It shouldn't have happened, but it did. And just as you know, we don't have a time machine. We can't turn back the past. But, it's here, it happened, lesson learned. But I just want to make sure and make it clear, West Covina is not excluding you. It's not excluding any voices or anything like that. And we do welcome each and every one of you. And so, I just sorry that happened. It was just, it happened, miscommunication, misunderstanding. But we do look forward for any partnership or any, performance, like I said. Love to hear your voice and come up on stage. But thank you for being here tonight. And I hope we can move forward and keep it positive, keep, West Covina strong again with everybody involved. So thank you again.
Councilman Wu.
Okay, thank you so much for all the attendance to come to the City Council to address to us. I want to say I learned a lot. I'm not trying to laugh at you. I think I'm just enjoying a lot of history, a lot of knowledge that I lack of. So I learned a lot, especially, the history and some of a beautiful voice. And I enjoy every minute about you saying it. Okay, I have no problem about all this indigenous culture. I think this is very important. And including myself, I think you all know I'm an Asian immigrant. So I have been discriminated, spit on my face when I was in Chicago study. So I understand the struggling and the look different and people basically try to give you a hard time. Okay, so the reason I want to share with Ms. Osha, I'm not angry with anything. I don't even know we have that program. We really don't know. The city manager or our city manager never told us that this has been arranged. We don't even know you want to do a prayer. We only have Mr. Tabai come to us, have a cell phone, a bunch of statements he want to make to us. And I say, since I don't know anything about this, about what any people make a decision, 4 of City Council doesn't even know. We don't know you have a program. Because on our itinerary and program, we only have Western music coming up, and the reason we're showing up, we always try to warm, the place and say welcome, everybody have a good time. So I want to apologize the feeling you heard. That is not the intention from us. We really want to welcome anybody have a chance. I think it's a proper way. I think it should be beautiful for you to start the event at the beginning, properly introduce. And let people understand you want to bless the land and bless the West Covina. I think this is important rather than at the nighttime. And none of us even know you are showing up. The city manager, and our manager never even told us we have this program or change. We text or calling, nobody even answer our phone. So we very surprised. The only thing we have an issue is why we don't know this insert coming in. So that is I think this is a problem we have. So again, anything, if showing disrespectful or something, I want to apologize. I hope we can have a chance to sit down to discuss with your cultures and you are struggling. I understand, what this land is about. This is the land of indigenous. Who doesn't know? I have a master's degree in fine art. I studied the history too. This is very important to this land. And all the people fighting and struggling and try to have a less civil right, your voice should be heard. Your culture should be preserved. And we welcome you to perform. Okay, and I think since you may request an investigation regarding what happened, why we didn't get notified, I think this is a chance we can disclose how it happened and how to avoid it happen again. So we have this misunderstanding and create all the energy kind of waste. But at the same time, I think it's good. We kind of can communicate each other to know more about the history of this land. So this is what I say again. Okay, if we can have a chance, we can sit down and talk to each other, communicate, and talk to me, have a meeting with me. I welcome have that chance to meet each of you, willing to share with anything with me. But thank you so much for coming. And sorry to make everybody upset. Okay, and it's not the intention at all. Okay, and the problem is this: city should give a chance about the change of insert or anything. So hopefully you can come back and to perform your blessing. Hopefully you will need to come back again in any of our event. Hopefully you will be properly introduced. But thank you so much.
I want to ask if he might. Councilman Cantos, did you want to say something?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to start by saying to you that I see you. I really do. All of us here have a deep sense of history. You do, I do, we do. But talk's cheap, right? So what we have to do is we need to continue to learn. And it means that with all of the things that have happened, let me just start off just continue by saying that I join with others in acknowledging the history here, that West Covina was not the first settlers to come here, that for thousands of years, your respective tribes have been here. You've raised your children here, grandchildren, great, for significant numbers of generations that are countless. You have ties to this land, and those ties they're genetic. They're within every fiber of your being, and because of the oneness that all of you have with this land, I join with others in acknowledging that. And so with everything that happened, my goal with when I saw what was occurring was to try to make everyone come together. And I really want to tell all of you that I really mean that with every fiber of my being, because the fact is that there are a number of all of us, we all do not have the awareness that we should have, including me, about the indigenous peoples of this area. And I'm the first to tell you that I don't, but I want to. And I don't mean lip service. I don't mean where there's media or cameras or whatever. I don't know what I need to know, and I want to learn. And I want to spend time with each of you, not just as a group, but as individuals and as friends and as everybody here. Because the fact is that in striving hard to be one West Covina, we recognize that one means all. And when one means all, that means that we need to recognize that everyone has their own life histories, their own stories that are indelibly tied together with one another. Because the fact is that all of you and all of your ancestors are forebearers of this land. I say that here publicly. I say that with love and respect. I cannot imagine what your respective peoples have been through. I can't. But what I can do is to join with others in being a voice of healing and love and support, and to learn and to recognize that even though there's a lot that I don't know, I also recognize that I want to be taught. I want to be taught. I want to learn. I really want to learn. And that's not because of some political thing. That has nothing to do with this. I want to learn. I have a history through decades of wanting to learn of what I don't know. I, as an individual of color and a person with a disability, have been subject to various myths and misconceptions or absence of understanding. It's not the same thing, but the commonality there is that there are things that people don't know about me based on stereotypes. And the same is true with all of you. And so that is our commonality. And when all of us, when the mayor, when Mayor Pro Tem Tabatabai and Councilwoman Lopez Viado and Councilman Wu and me, we're all have different backgrounds. But the thing here that I want to say to you is I want to join with you in moving forward in some way. And the specifics of that, I'd like to sit down to see what that looks like. And that's not being vague. It's literally saying that I don't want to predetermine what I think that looks like. I want, in the spirit of self-determination, for all of you in speaking for yourselves to tell us what is it that we need to do, and then to find a way to build those bridges, because it's important. It's important. You must be seen. Everyone in this community deserves to know about your history, because your history is ours. And in the same way that we come here with our history is one in which that intersects with yours, because the fact is that every day we create history through the lives that we live, the decisions that we make. And so, I mean, just for whatever it's worth, I'd like to join with others and really wanting to move forward in the spirit of love and positivity, not because of any press stuff or any of that stuff. I mean, that doesn't matter. But actually to sit down with you to see what we can do together. So I hope that you will allow me that opportunity to do that. And I know that all of us here want to do the same, to really work to build healing, and not just lip service. I mean, real action some way. So that's all I have to say.
Mayor Pro Tem, you want her to go? Councilwoman Letty.
Okay. I just wanted to also share, if you don't know this already, in our city we do have a historical society building, which is actually at that same festival. So if you walk down that street of downtown Glendora, we do have a historical society there where they do bring on guest speakers, and you're more than welcome to share your stories, and the city will definitely promote that out as well. So I just wanted to let you know that as well. People know I'm big on community. Community's always been a focus, but I just want you to remember, community in that same word is unity. So I just want to focus that of just making sure that we're all together and that we can just, move forward. But yeah, the Historical Society is another avenue to share your stories. Thank you.
Some of us have, and they've ignored us.
Then we can have our city manager speak to the forest tenant. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for giving me the floor. First, I want to thank the community for coming out tonight. I want to again thank Jamie, but I also want to once again apologize from the city of West Covina. I think everyone came here tonight to hear accountability for the silencing, and we did not get that. I understand what was asked for, and I welcome it, because the truth is the truth. And I understand that a standard has been set for the Gabrielino, Shoshone, Tongva, Quiche Nation that wasn't the standard for any other performer, for any other person who was on that stage. We received an agenda of who was going to perform. We received it. We had no input in it. We were not asked to vote on it. Our assistant city manager, as her job, put on the event. The city manager approved, as he said tonight. He said who was to be on that stage. At 6:30, Jamie and I were scheduled to be on that stage. At 6:30, I received the text message from City Manager David Carmody saying we were to be on that stage. I received the phone calls from city leadership that we were supposed to be on that stage. So tonight, what you heard were people who continue to refuse to take accountability, who continue to double down and think that they can continue to talk and talk and talk and that people will not hold them accountable. And that is unfortunate. We had an opportunity, as we had the opportunity on Saturday, we had the opportunity tonight to heal again. We had an opportunity to build the bridges that Councilman Cantos is asking for. We had that opportunity. And that can't happen until people take accountability for the harm that they caused. And so, again, I apologize because we have failed to meet that moral obligation tonight. And I know that we will continue to work on that. We have a wonderful staff that was inclusive of the entire community. And we as a council at the end of the day failed to include the entire community, the original families from this ancestral land. Last thing I want to share before I cede the floor. Jamie took me through the ritual with this burning sage to come with positivity and open heart. And as I was having the sage waft over me, there was a young boy. I was about 12 years old. And Jamie saw him and he saw Jamie. And he knew and she knew. Right? And she asked him, do you want to take the blessing? And he said yes. And he knew exactly what to do. It was his culture. He was being seen on the streets of West Covina as he had probably never been seen before at an event, at a festival, just off to the side, right? We weren't being performative. We weren't being asked because we have a great voice. Now you can come on our stage. No, it was, I'm here in my community seeing one of my relatives doing something my grandmother probably did. And I'm home. I am home. And that was what we missed on Saturday. And that's something that until we get accountability, we will not be able to get there. And so I welcome what comes from the investigation. I welcome that everyone speaks the truth because we know the truth. Because people were there. My mom was there. My wife was there. They know what happened. They listened to what happened. And that truth will come out. And then people will be made to account for what they did. And then we will be able to move forward. Thank you.
Councilwoman Beato.
The reason why I said there was a misunderstanding is because I was at that festival for 3 long days. We had a booth, Film at West Covina, with students there promoting the film festival and the submission. So I was there for 3 days. I did not receive a message. I did not get that information. I know you said we all did. I didn't. So I just wanted to let you know that I did not say, oh, come there, because I would have been there. I was at the very end when I walked after, but I was there, but I wasn't at that situation because I did not get that communication. So I just wanted to share the whole communication thing. I didn't get it. So.
Councilman Wu.
Yeah, not trying to find excuses. Okay, I was there 3 days too. Okay, and entertain all the residents. And same problem too. Never get any information about lab program. Okay, and that's why That's why we need the investigation. Why 4 city council never received any notification? Why the city manager, assistant city manager, decide to do something, didn't even tell us what's going on. If they told us it's a kind of last minute thing, okay, and even city manager told me she was at the dinner, received this request. So I'm so confused why city council 4 out of 5 never get any information from you regarding, since we there, none of you there, okay, we did try to start the event. So anyway, all these things should be investigated why 4 city council out of 5 never received any of this event, and we have somebody want to pray for the city. I think this is beautiful if we have been properly notified. So hopefully the investigation will come out the truth about what's going on, why we didn't have anything. So I already apologize. No, I really enjoyed. By the way, the history I learned a lot. But thank you so much for kind of share with us. And I really want to have a chance to kind of sit down with you guys. Okay, I think it's important history. We need to know each other. Okay, we not only sit over here. I'm just one of the residents. Okay, and we over here try to take care of all the issue. Hopefully, we can make everybody happy. But sometimes things happen, but that's not intentional.
I try to accommodate Ms. Rocha. I am not apologizing for not. I'm not apologizing. I tried to accommodate her. Okay, are we all done? Okay, we're going to move on. We're going to move on to consent calendar. Council, do we have anything we want to pull from the consent calendar?
City manager report.
I want to pull number 4.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council, members of the public. I will be extremely brief on my manager's report. I know you've got other business to get to. I just wanted to mention, as one of the events, we had a quite successful centennial dinner. And I wanted to take this moment to thank our staff, especially our assistant city manager, and the crew that prepared that wonderful feast from our community and senior center. They really stepped up, and I was so proud of them in that evening.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Yeah, we'll just wait till they exit.
I'm sorry for the way you hurt inside. I'm feeling for it.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor, if I may continue, I will be brief as I can. I thought the Centennial Dinner was a real bright spot. 460 of our closest friends. We had a great evening. I wanted to thank our Assistant City Manager for all the work she did to make this Centennial event quite special, and especially thank our staff from the Community and Senior Center who served as our banquet cooks and caterers that night. They really stepped up, and it was a terrific evening. Likewise, with the Spring Festival itself, the library, as I mentioned, sponsored a magic show. Our own West Covina Health saw over 200 people over 2 days, and had one resident that was immediately recommended to see their personal physician for further evaluation and possible biopsy for a really important health condition. And they were there with glad hearts, and I was grateful for them. I wanted to mention 3 of our firefighters have now successfully completed the 6-month paramedic program, and they are Jordan Abel, Billy Jackson, and Justin Gonzalez. They went through the entire program at the LA County Training Institute, and we're really proud that they are now promoted with those skills. Wanted to mention the grand opening of Jollibee in the Eastland Shopping Center, open to the public on February 17th. Council had asked about the pavement management program. That work is now underway. It's going to take till about September for that work to be finished. We'll have something substantive to talk about, but that's moving forward as a proactive way to manage a portion of the city's capital improvement program. We've scheduled a community meeting with the fire chief March the 15th from 6 to 8. This was an outcome of our budget process. They wanted some further information about standards of coverage and response times and overtime. We're going to go into those issues in depth the evening of March the 15th. Lastly, I just wanted to make mention of our 2 online surveys which are ongoing regarding the budget and the health assessment for the issues involved in identifying health issues in the community. That's all I've got this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Council, anything you want to pull?
Number 4, please.
Anyone else? Oh, well, okay. Well, with the exception of 4, do we have a motion to approve?
So move.
I'll second.
Great.
Before I do roll call, I would like to read on item number 8, which is consideration of Fourth Amendment to retainer agreement for city attorney services. Item 8 on the consent calendar is an amendment to the city attorney retainer amendment to increase the city attorney's rate to $4,000 per month for general legal services. Did I say 4,000 or 40,000? Excuse me, 40,000.
4,000?
No. Sorry.
I think you're okay with 4,000.
To $40,000 per month for general legal services and $124 to $255 per hour for other legal services. I have a motion by Councilman Contos and a second by Councilwoman Lopez Viado to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item number 4, which is consideration of a resolution approving a central inventory and declaring city-owned properties as surplus land pursuant to California Government Code Section 5422.
Excuse me, I put a number 4.
Correct. So we have a motion by Councilman Contos and a second by Councilwoman Lopez Viado to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item number 4. Thank you. You're welcome. Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Tabatsbai?
Aye.
Mayor Diaz?
Aye.
Items pass 5-0. Item number 4, again, is the consideration of a resolution approving a central inventory and declaring city-owned properties as surplus land pursuant to California Government Code Section 54222.
Can I say something? Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mayor. Okay, the reason I put item number 4 because the BKK, very sensitive one. Okay, but why we have to go to the surplus land act? Surplus, my understanding, is for residential. My understanding, okay, this BKK land, okay, they cannot build anything supposed to be open space, and maybe some area can do some, maybe clubhouse. We, back in, I don't know, Paulina, back in 2008 or even earlier, we have the golf course bond. We spent about $13.5 million, and the CEQA approved to build 18-hole of golf course and a clubhouse. It's an approved project for redevelopment agency, and we become a successor agency. But later on, the oversight board, and granted to the city, and the city right now own the land, but we still have to pay our bond is in our general fund. So if this is an approved project, why we have to go to Surplus Land Act, since this is supposedly is already approved development as a golf course and a clubhouse?
So, statutorily, we got to go through this annually, every year, and we list our properties that are surplus. There's properties that include housing on it, and tonight we have one that does, or a couple that do, that we have to bring it to you to either say to move forward with negotiating and selling the property, or to declare it exempt. And with respect to the entitlements, the CEQA and the prior on other properties, it's kind of apples to oranges there. What we're looking at here is just going through the statutorily required process, going into sending out an RFP, entering into negotiations, or we're going to declare the property exempt.
So
we're required to do that.
So basically, we go to Surplus Land Act based on your statement. We have a 71.52 acre land. The 77% is unrestricted. So meaning they are allowed to build the residential.
That's correct. So some of that property is deed restricted and some isn't. And for us to declare it exempt, it's got to be deed restricted by a third party. The city cannot zone it in a manner saying you can't build housing there.
So I'm very surprised that they have an unrestricted deed on this land, that 71.52. So times 77%, I come out is a 55.07 acres land. That's a huge land with a view, and we can go to Surplus Land Act to potentially build residential. Is what you're saying?
That's correct.
Oh my God, that would be worth a lot of money to the city. And another thing is 63.774%, that's equally 2.55 acres. So I think that's the south side. Over there, right, Paulina?
Yeah, so up on the screen, we have a map, an aerial of the development site. It's the parcels that are owned by the city. It outlines each parcel, and there's an overlay of circles, yellow circles, and that is the property that is deed restricted, either through a deed restriction through the Department of Toxic Substance Control, or a U.S. Fish and Wildlife biological opinion for habitat conservation easement.
So what had to do with our approved project of 18-hole golf course and the clubhouse? Because in 2016, we want to sell this land so we can get our money back. We changed the clubhouse, become a potential hotel. It doesn't mean we can build hotel, but it's potential like a resort. But now look like, right now, based on what you say, they have some unrestricted land. So basically, we have to go to Surplus Land Act if some developer want to build houses over there.
So the area on the top right corner, as you can see, that blue area, that's the area that is not deed restricted or has a conservation easement for habitat. So that you can, going through the proper entitlement process, propose to build residential, permanent residential.
We can forget a golf course bond, things. We can go to Surplus Land Act to potentially residential.
Correct. So as
this is
the attorney was saying, because those are deed restricted, you can't build permanent housing on a portion of that because it is deed restricted. So that makes it exempt from the Surplus Land Act.
And whoever purchases it can with entitlements, without the entitlements, it doesn't matter. But they could maybe in the future build or get into conversations with the third party deed restrictions and
and maybe do something else with the property.
Got it. So your recommendation will be go to surplus land, let the state to give us some blessing?
Yeah.
So it would be for the parcel that has doesn't have the deed restriction.
So
the other parcels that are deed restricted would be exempt from the process.
So basically, we can still go to the golf course bond. Okay, since it's not expired, the CEQA for the aiding of golf course and clubhouse or potential hotel, is that project expire, or is that still going on, or we can replace with anything later on?
Any development would require to go through entitlements through the city and which would include environmental review, which is a CEQA process.
So basically,
and the additional approvals, depending on what's being proposed through the DTSC and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, which once again are part of.
Got it. So basically, we go to the surplus land. I have the state to decide. Okay, and decided, and then we come back to us. Then we can disclose this is IFP, since we still owe $13.5 million.
So the properties are required. Any land sale proceeds would have to go back to repaying the city the bonds plus any interest, and anything over that would be shared amongst the taxing entity. So that would still be required. We'd have to comply with that requirement.
And what to do with the 80 acre of top deck of BKK owned land? That is we can use for 99 years. So that will be strictly open space, right? On the top deck.
The top deck.
80 acres.
That is not, because the city does not own it. It's not subject to the Surplus Land Act.
Okay, got it. So, but we can including in the future development as an open space. Since it's so flat, we can maybe become a soccer field, this and that. Okay, or a park. Okay, so somebody can maintenance so people can enjoy the view. But another question would be on the south side, the toxic landfill, currently supervised, managed by the BKK working group and assessed by the DTSC. So what it to do with us in the future, since that thing is almost 50% of the BKK land, and that is very close to a residential property. So what we to do with this DTSC supervised, managed of the land? I think it's about 100 acre, right?
It's, quite a sizable amount. It's the property is still owned by the BKK Corporation, and it is, as you mentioned, managed by DTSC. So we would have to work with both entities to see what kind of development would be or project would be allowed up there, and how they would want to proceed with that as the property owner.
Yeah, because it's almost impossible. You can develop on the top, and you don't do anything on the toxic landfill currently managed by the DTSC. Mm-hmm. So do we know anything about DTSC, what their plans, since they want to dissolve the working group because they say they run out of money. So who is going to take care of this so-called problematic toxic landfill on the south side?
I think there were some investigations that they were doing. I think one of them they had started maybe within the last year or two, and those take several years to complete. So we would have to follow up with DTSC, see where they're at with their investigations and closing the landfill in order to be able to move forward with any kind of development, whether it's, big one on landfills is solar or greenhouse solar. So we would have to work with DTSC as to where they're at their investigations.
I understand the south side closed more than 35 years and the north side closed 1996. Our side is a non-toxic, I think basically it's all home waste. Okay, on the north side, the 80 acre, but on the south side, that is a liquid toxic, that back in 1980 and it closed down. So it's more than 30, 40 years. So what DTA plan to do? Because they should do the aesthetics acceptable to the residents, but now still empty hill, and with a bunch of pipe. What they to do? I know we are going to send this to the Land Plus, but at the same time, can we maybe make a appointment with DTSCs? They can give a presentation what they want to do with our future, since this is on our land. Okay, and hopefully we can find a solution, and then for the people living in the neighborhood, don't go to see the kind of empty spot and with a bunch of pipe sticking up. Okay, thank you so much. I'm done with my time.
Do we have a motion?
A motion to approve?
Anyone second?
Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Wu and a second by Councilman Contos to approve item number 4, consideration of a resolution approving a central inventory and declaring city-owned properties as surplus lands pursuant to California Government Code Section 54222. Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Tabatabai?
Aye.
Mayor Diaz?
Aye.
Item passes 5-0.
Number 12, right?
Yes. Public hearing number 12 regarding code amendment 22-04 and ordinance number 2511 pertaining to standards and requirements for shopping cart containment. This matter set for a public hearing consists the city-initiated code amendment number 22-4 and ordinance number 2511, an ordinance adopting changes to chapters 15, development standards, and chapter 26, zoning standards and requirements for cart containment, and finding the ordinance is exempt from environmental review under the California Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15062B3. Will the city clerk verify proper legal notice has been given?
Verified, Mayor.
Verified, good. At this time, I will open the public hearing on the ordinance. There will first be the presentation of the staff report, then we shall hear from those in favor of the ordinance, then those in opposed.
Mayor, for this item as well as the next one, we're privileged to have with us tonight our planning manager, Joanne Burns, who's going to present a brief report. This is a problem we're trying to solve with an ordinance.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council.
Good evening.
On October 11th, 2022, the Planning Commission adopted a resolution recommending the City Council adopt an ordinance establishing standards and requirements for cart containment measures in order to make businesses responsible for securing their own carts, and so that the city would be able to collect abandoned shopping carts as well. The city surveyed 8 different cities nearby regarding how each of the cities are addressing shopping carts. 7 of the 8 cities required businesses utilizing cart to obtain approval of a cart containment plan, similar to what we're doing in this draft ordinance. 3 out of the 8 cities surveyed contract with third party to collect abandoned shopping carts. 7 of the nearby cities have ordinances that specify that the city will collect abandoned shopping carts within 3 days. The proposed ordinance is in 2 parts. The first part is within Chapter 15, which identifies carts removed from the premises of businesses and abandoned as a public nuisance and a potential hazard to the health and safety of the public. The city would have the authority to pick up the shopping carts within 24 hours of notification, and if it's located within an area that's in the public right-of-way that obstructs the sidewalk or is a hazard, the city can remove it right away. This also allows the city to fine businesses for violating businesses that are in violation. It also allows the city to recover cost in implementing the ordinance. It specifies that unclaimed carts will be sold or disposed of within 30 calendar days. It also allows the city to dispose of carts that are unmarked immediately. The proposed cart containment requirements in Chapter 26, which is the zoning section of the municipal code, requires that businesses have a cart containment management plan, which in four different parts would either require a wheel locking or stopping mechanism with a magnetic barrier, a device that prevents carts from being removed from the interior, a physical barrier on the site. This is similar to like bollards. Or another option that would be reviewed and determined as acceptable by the Community Development Director. This ordinance applies to all businesses in the city, and approximately 35 businesses in the city would be impacted by the ordinance because they currently have or utilize shopping carts or carts in general, 1/3 of which has already cart containment measures in place. The impacted businesses include grocery stores, retail stores, and laundromats. Businesses utilizing shopping carts will be provided 12 months to install the proposed or approved cart containment measure. It is approved by the Community Development Director. The carts, the city would be able to retrieve the carts right away as within 30 days of the second reading if this is adopted, which would mean that the ordinance would be in effect. With this, staff recommends that the City Council conduct a public hearing and adopt Ordinance 2511. Staff is available to answer any questions.
Madam Mayor.
Councilman Contos?
With regard to cart containment management, does that include the magnetic borders similar to what Vaughn's has already put into place? Because I've learned that whenever those sorts of borders are there, it minimizes the possibility of carts being moved off-site because the wheels stop working once the magnetic strips are put in to keep the carts from moving out of the parking lot.
Yes, that would be one that is included as one of the options that businesses would have that the Community Development Director would approve.
And right now, to what extent have businesses employed that specific strategy in addition to Vaughan? So that's one, but how many others have leveraged that with their respective stores or plan to?
I don't have a figure for that as of right now. However, I do know that Vaughan, Stater Brothers, and some of the larger chain grocery stores have those in place. And I've spoken to the business manager of SF Market, which is the city's newest grocery store, and he stated that they would not have a problem implementing something similar to that because most cities in the area already require a cart containment plan, and he is aware and knows how to implement that requirement within that particular grocery store.
Thank you.
Question?
Councilman Wu?
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Okay, we have a shopping cart all the places. Okay, and I've been helping residents and text our public work to pick it up, and it's really become a issue. It's like daily. Okay, on the Citrus, Barrancas, okay, and the South Side. Okay, it's like on the street. It's like on our residential neighborhood, okay, sometimes one, sometimes two, sometimes three, and it's really become a major nuisance. So do we have a tease so we can, okay, find out who this shopping cart is? Okay, they have to pick it up. Because right now, we waste our city resource to pick it up. So can we have like a fine or something to the shopping cart owner? So in that way, they will understand they have to either pick it up or we will have them to pay for the manpower to pick it up for them.
Mayor and council members, yes. In preparing the ordinance, we met with our code enforcement manager and with our police department in order to get feedback on how to best address those shopping carts that throughout the city. So one of the things that we are going to do is these stores have to mark their carts. If they don't, it's an unmarked cart, and we have the ability to remove it right away. If it is marked and in the public right away and it's a safety issue, then we have the ability to move it right away as well. There's also going to be a fine that they have to pay if it's picked up and it's a marked cart picked up and we have to store it. They also have to show us a plan that they can retrieve their carts once they've been picked up by the city, or if they're located off site of their shopping center.
So how much is the fine?
We have not established the fee schedule for that, so that'll be something that we will bring back.
So we just approve in general. Okay, we don't have a detail. So we have a detail about the fine and about how long we could implement, when they're going to be fined if they don't pick up their shopping cart, so we can clean out our city ASAP?
So as far as the fine is concerned, there is a section here identifying what the fine would be. However, it is regulated by the California Government Code, so we're only allowed to charge $50.
$50 is $50.
Yes.
Okay.
So that is the maximum that we're allowed to charge per the California Government Code. However, we are allowed to recover the city's cost. So the cost recovery will be brought in later on, but the fine is within the ordinance.
Got it. So $50 from the state guideline, and then we can charge whatever about the manpower, our staff time, and the gas. We're going to pick it up, and storage time, storage charge. So all that. Okay, so they can try to protect their shopping cart to keep in their shopping area. Okay, thank you. Move the motion to approve, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have a question regarding it's a legal question in terms of homeless with the shopping carts and the belongings inside. I know for encampments, there's a certain time period, right, where we tag it before we can clear out the encampment and their belongings. How would that impact shopping carts that have belongings?
I believe these are all abandoned shopping carts. So if there's whatever's in it, I'm assuming is going to get thrown. If it's abandoned, it's abandoned. It'll get thrown away, and we'll take the cart.
Okay, so then if
that's that correct? I think it's abandoned cart.
If I may,
yeah.
I know there are specific rules about this and the belongings of people who are using these carts to house their things. You can put our acting chief of police on the spot because I don't know what those rules are, but I'm pretty sure he will. And I know it's been described to me anecdotally that if you seize it right away, then suddenly quite valuable things were alleged to have been in there. Like, I owned a Hope Diamond and you took it. But we will respect whatever those rules are. And I know, I'm hoping that the acting chief can
Yes, thank you.
Yes. How are you? Can you ask your question?
Yeah. So I know when it comes to encampments and the belongings, there's certain legal rights. And so with our cart program, if we, again, we approach a cart that has, belongings of an individual, what would the rules be on that?
Yeah, if there's personal belongings in there other than trash, things that are obvious trash, then we would have to respect the law with regards to marking the property for a reasonable amount of time.
So carts found in that condition, we wouldn't be able to immediately seize that.
That's correct. If it's believed that there's valuables in the cart, we'd have to mark it for a reasonable amount of time per the law.
Okay.
And allow the people a reasonable amount of time to come back to get it.
Okay. And is there an established time or that's
just reasonable based on what it is? Where it's at. It could be abandoned. We could seize it or take it right away depending on the condition and where it's at, but it's just a case-by-case basis.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Hope it helped.
Anyone want to second it?
Mayor, I just wanted to, I have no speaker comments on anybody who was in favor or opposed, and I didn't receive any emails.
Okay, sorry.
And I have a motion by Councilman Wu.
Second.
And a second by Mayor Pro Tem Tabatabai. Before I take a vote on this, I'd like to read the title of the ordinance and also let you know that this ordinance, in order to pass, needs an approval of 3 votes, at least 3 votes in favor. Ordinance number 2511, an ordinance of the City Council of West Covina, California, amending chapters 15 and 26 of the West Covina Municipal Code to authorize development standards and requirements for cart containment, and finding the ordinance is exempt from environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15061B3. Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Tabatabai?
Aye.
Mayor Diaz?
Aye.
Item passes 5-0.
Okay, moving on to item number 13. This matter set for public hearing consists of city-initiated urgency ordinance number 2512, an urgency ordinance adopted to moratorium pertaining to drive-through food establishments. Will the city clerk verify the proper legal notice has been given?
Proper notice was given, Mayor.
This time, I will open the public hearing on the ordinance. There will first be a presentation of the staff report, then we shall hear those in favor of the ordinance and then as opposed. Mr. Carmody, who will present this?
Privileged to have our planning manager, Joanne Burns.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. On January 24th, the Planning Commission voted to recommend that the City Council adopt a moratorium that would temporarily prohibit drive-through food establishments along the Interstate 10 freeway between Workman Avenue and West Covina Parkway on the west side of the city, and between Workman Avenue and Walnut Creek on the east side of the city. The Planning Commission's consideration was based on a discussion by the Community Code Update Subcommittee, comments from residents collected at various neighborhood meetings when it was presented. A number of the comments received expressed concerns about negative impacts of drive-through restaurants.
Does the council have any? Are we done?
No.
Okay.
Done yet.
A moratorium is a local enactment which suspends a landowner's right to obtain development approvals while the community considers changes to land use regulations. In short, it's designed to halt development temporarily. It is designed, a negative impact of a moratorium is that it may have chilling effect on free market private investments. If adopted, this interim urgency ordinance or moratorium will establish a 45-day temporary halt in allowing drive-through establishments within the city. Currently, the city requires a conditional use permit for drive-through establishments. The city, as part of the application process, drive-through establishments are required to submit a drive-through queuing analysis. This is to ensure that there is enough vehicle queuing or stacking space on the site. If staff is not going to be recommending approval of the conditional use permit because of potential negative impacts of the drive-through, applicants would still have the ability to go through the public hearing process without staff support. If the moratorium is adopted, any application that is attempted to be submitted would either not be accepted or the applicant would be informed of the moratorium that is in place. West Covina has approximately 28 drive-through food establishments, 12 of which are located within 1,000 feet from the Interstate 10 freeway. The first photograph on the left is an aerial photograph of the 10 freeway along Vincent Avenue. There are 2 drive-through food establishments in this area, Chick-fil-A and Starbucks. On the right-hand side is an aerial photograph of the area near Azusa Avenue. There are two drive-through restaurants near this area: McDonald's to the north of the freeway, and Tacos Gavilan to the south of the freeway. This is an aerial photograph that shows 8 of the restaurants within 1,000 feet from the freeway along or between the Citrus Avenue and Barranca Street exits. North of the freeway is Burger King, Panera Bread, Carl's Jr., Jollibee, Starbucks, Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is currently under construction. And the Panera Bread that was going to be in the shopping, that is said to be in the shopping center with the grocery store, that is also under construction. On the south of the freeway, there's In-N-Out and McDonald's. During the Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission had some concerns that there is an over-concentration of drive-through food establishments in this general area. If the moratorium is adopted, the City Council would be required to provide a report within 10 days of the expiration. This meeting would be scheduled on or approximately on March 21st, 2023. On April 7th, the 45-day moratorium would expire if it was not extended on the previous City Council meeting. And if the moratorium is adopted, staff will address any regulations that will pertaining to drive-through food establishments in the development code update, which is scheduled to be heard, which is scheduled to have public hearings between June and August of this year. With this, staff is recommending, or it is recommended that the City Council hold a public hearing and consider the adoption of the urgency ordinance. In a 4/5 vote would be required in order to adopt this urgency ordinance. Staff is available if the City Council has any questions.
Council have any questions? Well, then after that, we'll find out about the speaker.
Council can ask questions, and then we do have one. You have an opportunity afterwards as well.
Do we have?
I have.
Okay.
I have no speakers in favor and one speaker opposed.
Okay, speaker.
Mr. Mark Fernandez.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mark Fernandez, and I'm here on behalf of Chick-fil-A. Didn't know what I was walking into tonight. It's okay. I've been a city planning commissioner for the city of Walnut for 10 years, so I understand what it is like to be on the receiving end. But I just wanted to say I respected all your guys' responses, and I thought it was a beautiful process to watch. But going back to what I'm primarily here for, Chick-fil-A earlier this year filed for a CUP to modify their drive-through to help alleviate the queuing issues that they currently face at 200 South Vincent Avenue. When we at the time of filing, we were informed by planning staff that if the moratorium is passed by City Council members tonight, that our application would be halted and on pause until the development code is updated. And if that is the case, it could take up to a year. Chick-fil-A has on budget to make this modification to, again, correct some of the queuing issues that the city currently faces. So they're kindly requesting if council could either postpone or make the moratorium not retroactive so they can continue the process, the CUP process, and work with planning staff to address that queuing issues that you guys currently face. at that location. Otherwise, if the moratorium is passed tonight, we're basically on pause till the development code gets updated. So that's all I had to say.
Councilman Wu?
I have a question for you. So you are Chick-fil-A from Vincent, right?
I'm sorry?
You are Chick-fil-A from where? Vincent?
Yes.
Where's your
200 South-
location?
Yeah, 200 South Vincent.
Yeah, the one is already open on Vincent and Lake, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, but you already have a drive-through.
Yeah, so the CUP is a modification to basically increase the dual lane to wrap all the way.
You want another drive-through?
No.
Two. Do you want the two drive? Do you want the two?
So there's currently an operating Chick-fil-A with a dual lane drive-through that goes into one single lane at the order takeout. The modification is to increase that lane to 2 at the order takeout to alleviate the queuing that's currently backing up into the.
I will ask the city planning manager some question, but I got it. So you already have one. You want to maybe another 2 line.
Yes, so just modify the currently existing operating Chick-fil-A to alleviate traffic. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, have any questions? You?
Madam Mayor?
Councilman Cantos?
With regard to the request of the business, is there a way to address that concern within the writing of this of the ordinance, or what is the staff recommendation on how to address that?
The application is not deemed complete by the planning department, so. And this urgency ordinance tonight is from this day going forward. You're going to adopt. If you adopt it by 4/5 vote, it's in place already, and there are no exceptions to it. It's a blanket ordinance that addresses the health and safety issue of the queuing and the traffic in that area that's designated. I believe the application was submitted maybe a week ago or maybe 10 days ago or something like that, and then planning staff has not deemed it complete yet. So there's no way to address that.
I have a question, Mayor.
Councilman Wu?
Okay, Councilman Canto, you done? Can I?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, question. Okay, the moratorium about the drive-through. Okay, any other city do moratorium, or any city do not allow drive-through? And compare with city, we have a 28 or 30. Compare other city saturation. Why is the pro and con? Okay, and because to create more traffic. I know a lot of residents complaining about traffic, idling. Okay, just like I think Chick-fil-A one day 1,300 car. I think we did a count. So can you kind of share with us the West Covina currently is a saturation? Can we entertain more? This is kind of a little bit too much right now. Can you kind of share with us?
Okay. Currently, the cities of Burbank and Glendale adopted a moratorium around October of last year and extended it in November of last year for an additional 10 months and 15 days. The city of San Marino and La Cañada Flint Ridge does not allow drive-thrus. The city of Pasadena in Long Beach has heavy restrictions on drive-thrus. Pasadena only allows drive-thrus or does not allow drive-thrus within 500 feet of another drive-thru school or parks. Long Beach only allows it in one zone. So these are the cities that we've spoken to that currently have restrictions on drive-thrus. As far as the daily trips, that the last 2 drive-thrus that the city approved was for Chick-fil-A on East Garvey Avenue North, and the Jollibee on Barranca Street, and both traffic analysis for those restaurants indicated that there would be an additional between 1,200 to 1,300 additional daily trips during the weekday. And as far as this particular Chick-fil-A on Vincent, the city did process a conditional use permit, which the Planning Commission approved. That conditional use permit included a traffic or queuing analysis, which indicated that there is enough queuing for the site, indicated that the site queuing allows for approximately, I believe, 21 or 27 vehicles before it spills over to the street. And so based on that queuing analysis, the Planning Commission had approved it. Although staff did have some concerns at the time because Vincent is a very heavily traveled street. And
I have a kind of concern. Okay, Chick-fil-A is a good partner. Okay, they have a very popular sandwich, but the issue is, okay, I think currently their traffic already ooze out onto the Vincent. Okay, just like I want to go to the festival, I want to make a left turn. How can I make a left turn? Okay, because their car is already parking on the lake. So I'm really kind of worried. Okay, I don't know if they want to build another land, will that be increasing even more traffic, or can it help out with because when you make a left, you have two lanes make a left, and then when the outer lane make a left, they right away hit the screeching stop because the car parking over there try to get in on the drive-through. At the same, or try to park inside. At the same time, okay, on the inner lane, make a left, and then outer lane try to squeeze out. They don't want to stop. Maybe they want to go to theater. So it's almost hit my car. Just say, okay, this is, I think this is problematic. We need a traffic engineer maybe to study. Okay, I know Jenna is smiling over there. Okay, and okay, this is a issue, and I know Barranca hasn't opened up the Chick-fil-A yet, the drive-thru, but the Jollibee already opened the parking lot. Dave, would you please? Okay. Okay, so in that way, okay, will there be an issue, drive-thru? And another issue, I think the concern is right now a lot of freestanding diner replaced by drive-thru fast food. So will that is what the city want? So I think this is a couple of issues we really have to look into it. But my concern is just the car idling, okay, and ooze out onto the street, okay, and that's an issue. I'm a market-driven guy, okay, but since so many residents complaining about all this drive-through, and some landlord, they maybe will remove some of the sit-in into drive-through, possible pay more rent or something. So that would be all around the freeway, all entire city. So we really have to really think about this pro and con. Okay, and so in the issue, but can you compare with our drive-through and other city, the racial saturation, 28 out of our city, 28 drive-through? Okay, that's including the new open, that included too, right? And they have even more want to apply too. So, right?
We did get a few phone calls from other businesses that have some interest in opening up drive-thrus within the city.
Can you just disclose some area? Is that allowed drive-through, or can you share kind of a little bit? I don't know. Is it allowed to share with some potential?
We were asked.
There's a couple sites, specifically along the freeway, including some in the downtown area off of Vincent.
Downtown area, Glendora?
Off Vincent, off Glendora Avenue, yeah. So there's obviously this is going to impact property owners, as our planning manager mentioned. It does impact the ability for development. So people are inquiring as to what they would be able to do. Or
my understanding, downtown should be pedestrian walking,
Correct.
That's safe to have a drive-through.
Originally, the downtown plan and code did not allow for drive-throughs. It was eventually included to allow drive-throughs. That's how
For the
drive-through that on Vincent, our offense, it was allowed to be built within the
so
downtown.
this is it's what kind of use permit for this
It's a conditional use permit.
use permit for parents so they can. Because in that area, my understanding, the downtown plan, I was the person approved. The area shouldn't allow the drive-through.
The intent originally was to make it pedestrian friendly, be able to walk from one use off Glendora all the way to the Civic Center to the mall. But eventually it did get approved with allowing drive-throughs in the area. And part of what we are doing through the development code update that Joanne mentioned is we will be bringing that back to council, and we are looking to include standards for drive-throughs so that we can make sure that it doesn't impact our city streets and have a flow, or what is the word?
So the final question I have,
standards.
my colleague have a chance. Okay, from the Chick-fil-A from Vincent, is they apply? Okay, want to have another line of drive-through? Is going to help out, or are you going to increase more issue? Okay, because right now the traffic is horrible in that area, and Vincent is very busy. Okay, and but I think I talked to some people. They say possible will create more issue. So I don't know. I don't know is it true or not. I don't know if we do a study or not. Okay, is that okay? Of course, the business want to entertain more business, but at the same time, we really watch out. The traffic, especially Vincent off the freeway, is very, very busy. And now they want to go into Lake, okay, and go to their home with a colony, or they want to go inside to buy Chick-fil-A and the drive-through. Will that be create more issue? This is the concern, okay, and I think I understand why our consultant with all the outreach about resident request to moratorium, okay, because I saw the traffic issue and all the places, okay, and with the drive-through. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Madam Mayor?
Cantos?
To try to address the concern of the Chick-fil-A on Vincent, is the needed process for finalizing the permit completion, is it imminent, or is it going to be an extensive process that would take several more months? And the reason why I'm asking is because if there's any way that the permit could be processed, I'm wondering if there's a way to modify the effective date just slightly, just to give them enough time to submit it so that way it's complete so it could be considered. And then if it's rejected or accepted, that's separate. But at least I could address them getting a chance to have their permit processed. So that's why I was just curious.
Excuse me, I think I can understand. So we give them a chance since they already apply. Can we exempt them? Okay, if we got a full vote tonight. So I think this is, am I right?
Well, not even to exempt, but even if there's a way to just somehow modify the effective date of the statute to give them time to finalize their paperwork, so then that way they can at least get their paperwork in. So it's to get right for it to be reviewed, and then from there it could be a decision could be made accordingly. But at least to give them the chance, since they're already processing the paperwork, to allow them to.
If they can be improved,
Madam Mayor,
can I say quickly? Sure. Okay, if the Chick-fil-A have a chance, okay, to improve the traffic situation, let ooze out to Vincent, and if that two line can be a traffic study, I'm all for it. Okay, but it's okay.
I believe that his request, it will alleviate the traffic because it's going from 2 lanes to a single lane right now where you order. So now what will happen is they'll have 2 lanes and 2 areas to order.
Yeah, so in that way, maybe we can find a way to give it a chance because we really want to improve area traffic. Exactly. But at the same time, we want to avoid any of, I think you understand, okay, and the intensity, nothing but just drive through, and that's what residents hated. Okay, exactly. but we at the same time we want to help you too. So can we exam? Then have a chance. Okay, the time.
So, Madam Mayor, urgency ordinances are inherently, they're statutorily designed for immediate action to preservation of health and safety. That's what's before you tonight. Planning manager can speak to the timing of when this application is deemed complete, maybe a month, maybe longer. So your action tonight on a 4/5 vote, of course, there is some urgency for this to preserve health, safety, and welfare, and for the city to study it. They'll come back again in 45 days to extend it. I know they got a 4/5 vote for a year and 15 days, and they can always be ended at any time during their studying of this item. But typically, it's an urgency ordinance. Council needs to act on it.
I understand, but the thing is, okay, if the Chick-fil-A 2 line, 1 line become 1 lane and become 2 lane to 2 lane, hopefully, if they can improve the situation we have right now, it's a safety issue. But if we are going, I don't know, do we have full ball or not? But if we want to help out the city to react to the resident, but at the same time, they try to improve, okay, our traffic issue. Right now, it's woods out on the Vincent, especially when you left turn, you really cannot left turn. You will hit the traffic right there, and then parking car, and it's very dangerous. So what can we do? Okay, or should we continue this?
Procedurally, you would not continue. You wouldn't find any urgency tonight, and you wouldn't pass it by a 4/5 vote. Maybe we ask Planning Commission to resend it up or relook at it again, and maybe.
Because
2 months.
I really want to people to discuss about about the thing. Okay, at the same time, we want to get Chick-fil-A a chance, but at the same time, we don't want everybody to apply during this window. Then we might have a lot of drive-through who want to come in.
Right.
So
trying to
that's
balance.
pretty scary. Okay.
That's right.
We have a lot of traffic, right?
So if it's like a
Did
week.
you want to say something? Come up.
To all new drive-through locations as opposed to currently existing operating ones?
Good question. Yeah. Okay. Because this is existing.
If we were to sorry. And
It's existing. However, they're expanding the drive-through, so it's not.
Can we just put the languages for the new drive-through?
You can
auditorium. Rather than they are existing, they want to improve the problem they create right now.
You can cross in the urgency ordinance. It says approval of drive-through food within city limits. Let's see.
What says any new drive?
He's a planning commissioner from Warner, so he knows what he's talking about.
Or expansion of existing, so we can remove that in section 2.
Yeah.
We can remove expansion of existing in section 2.
And it's still subject to the planning commissioner to review and the traffic study if it come out good. So it's not you got to approve. You still have to go through the study and this and that. But at the same time, we can move on our vote.
Yeah, Chick-fil-A isn't opposed to working with staff to alleviate. We still go through the CUP process.
Okay, so anywhere where
we still work with staff, we still have the public hearing before the planning commission, but it just allows us.
Give you a chance.
Yeah,
we're willing to give you a chance.
Yeah, exactly.
But at the same time, I don't know my colleague what their vote is, but this is something possible. Okay, we need to look into the safety issue, and that we have way too many. Potential drive-through. I think you know it. Yeah. Okay, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Brian Kabatabay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Currently, with the way we have our process, at what points can the city stop let's say a restaurant that wants to put a drive-through currently, right? Do we already have mechanisms to not approve drive-throughs? Can you kind of speak to that?
Currently, it requires a conditional use permit. So any conditional use permit requires a public hearing process, which is presented initially to the Planning Commission. And if the Planning Commission takes an action on it, it can be appealed to the City Council.
Madam Mayor, and there's certain findings that that this body or the Planning Commission has to make if it's consistent with the general plan and with the zoning, and it's consistent with the health, safety, and welfare of the area. So there is a mechanism in place, the conditional use permit, and you can always attach conditions on that. And typically, that's what they do. That's what you guys do as well.
Okay, so currently, even without the moratorium, we do have the ability to stop new drive-through restaurants from opening up in the city until we have the brand new ordinances.
The other thing, too, if I can add, is if staff does not recommend a conditional use permit for a drive-through, the applicant can still go forward to the Planning Commission and still get approval. So part of what we're doing with the development code update is to make those performance measures where they're going to require a certain amount of queuing so that we ensure there's no spillover onto city streets. So that's part of what we're doing with the development code update.
But there are mechanisms in place, as that was your question. There are mechanisms in place right now, but this is to stop granting those conditional use permits and for staff to study it and to improve these areas that they've designated. That's the purpose of this, and that's why it's brought before you tonight.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, so then is the concern that the Planning Commission hasn't been doing due diligence in giving out these conditional use permits, or is that why we're doing this? I mean, I'm just if we already have to apply for a conditional use permit, and then it comes to planning, and planning has mechanisms for drive-through restaurants that don't meet the needs of the community, then we can already, stop this. So I guess, and then we wouldn't have the issue with the Vincent facility. So I guess I'm just trying to understand why we're adding another piece of bureaucracy when we already have mechanisms in place.
If I may, as far as the Chick-fil-A on Vincent, as I mentioned, briefly touched on earlier, it did require a conditional use permit, and according to the traffic analysis that was submitted, that there would the queuing was sufficient in order to handle that. In order to be able to accommodate the business without spilling over into the street, but that's what was submitted in paper and through the studies, but that's not what had happened when it was in when the building or when the business was established, and it isn't in place currently.
Okay, so
although the engineering studies that took place stated that there would not be any negative impacts on the queuing analysis or on traffic, and the Planning Commission approved it based on that, it doesn't necessarily ensure that there's not going to be any traffic issues.
Right. I think especially if they didn't read the market correctly, right? And Chick-fil-A obviously is a very popular restaurant for West Covina residents. And so their methodology maybe didn't understand our love of chicken sandwiches and that secret sauce. So then the moratorium is partly concerned with our current process at looking at the traffic and our analysis. Are we saying that we think our analysis currently being used is flawed, and this is why we want the more, because if our analysis is fine, and this is just this Chick-fil-A, which is very popular, again, I'm just trying to figure out if we already have mechanisms, why do we need the moratorium?
The moratorium is what the Planning Commission recommended to have in place while we're working on the development code update, which would establish more transparent regulations pertaining to drive-throughs that would include performance standards that are currently not in place.
And Madam Mayor, and it's not that it's flawed. It seems like we're seeing problems and staff, right? And so they say, well, maybe we need to study this and figure out why we're seeing these problems. We are granting CUPs, but there's still issues, and that's the purpose.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Councilman Wu.
Okay. I think that the issue is the staff didn't recommend the traffic study. Okay, and plus the downtown plan should be working for people easier. Okay, and then planning still approve it. Okay, so then now we got this issue. It doesn't mean that you didn't do a good job. You just get approved by the planning, but now we got a traffic issue onto it, and it's pretty scary left turn. And now you totally parking on one of the land. So that is that's what the traffic study already. That this what we need something to kind of study. And the problem is that otherwise a lot of freestanding business, okay, now the approach become a drive-through, okay, and then potentially an issue, and then sometimes, okay, and we see the business, we just want them right away, even drive-through. I think another two drive-through problematic is the old Hooter place that become a drive-through in front of a freeway, okay, exit and entries. And that would be extremely problematic because all the people on freeway, same thing to you, why you want to on the freeway, Vincent, is people on freeway come down, and right away go to your place and buy something and go back to the freeway. And same thing on Barranca, okay, and that intersection, I think I can see the major issue. And plus Chick-fil-A, and Jollibee, that's very popular. That would be in the parking lot. Okay, in the parking lot, in the quota set, it's basically, and it have a very tight corner of a drive-through. I don't know how, okay, our planning approve that. It will have an issue. But I love Jollibee, okay, I love Chick-fil-A too, both, okay, but the drive-through is a issue. That's what my concern. So I will recommend, I don't know any other council want to say anything, but I'm going to recommend it, at least give us 45 days to study. Okay, have a traffic to see entire city. Okay, and so in that way, we can hopefully see how the traffic go, and how we can see the future. Our city drive-through, will that be okay? And should we welcome them more, or should we like Burbank or Glendale, because they see the traffic issue already? So that's why they do the moratorium. So I move to approve.
With amendments to the ordinance.
Amanda with existing and for their expansion, hopefully that can solve our current issue. Hopefully, I don't want to create more issue, but right now issue is already there. I think you saw it. Okay, that's really a major issue. So let's see, given a chance and the study and the amendment. Okay, only for the new drive-through applicant.
Do I have a second?
That's my motion.
Second.
Okay.
I have a motion by Councilman Wu and a second by Councilman Contos. In order to pass, this item needs four votes and approval. An interim urgency ordinance of the City Council of West Covina, California, enacted pursuant to California Government Code Section 65858, establishing a 45-day temporary moratorium on the review and approval of drive-through food establishments within city limits during the pendency of the city's review and adoption of permanent zoning regulations and objective standards for such uses, and declaring urgency thereof, and finding the ordinance is exempt from environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15061B3. Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Tabatabai?
Nope.
Mayor Diaz?
Aye.
Item passes 4-1.
Moving on to item 14. City Manager, who will be presenting this report?
We have our
traffic division from Transtech. Jana Robbins is the head of that department, and she's here tonight to give an overview and to answer any other questions we might have with respect to traffic engineering. As she's coming up, I would just like to brag about her a bit to say that she's done a terrific job for us, not only in terms of evaluating service requests as they come through and taking them through the process, but also the firm and Jana especially have done an amazing job in garnering grants to get these things implemented. So welcome.
Sorry to drag you for so late. Once upon a time, we have a late one. Okay.
I have to get my brain back onto traffic.
Not land acknowledgement.
And then just a little shout out. I don't know if you were all there, but it was really cold at the dinner, but the fireworks were outstanding. We were all just kind of freezing, but it was really amazing. Did spectacular jobs.
Thank you.
And congratulations. This is just a short presentation that we wanted to bring to you that the city got HSIP Cycle 10 grant money for improving 10 intersections. Next slide, please. So this is just an update on how we are in the process. So in November 2020, the city submitted the Highway Safety Improvement Program Cycle 10 grant for 10 intersections. As you know, grants have to follow certain guidelines, so we try to fit what would meet those guidelines, trying to get as much as we can for the city. So the city, thereafter, the project was awarded. So in this case, because the way we were able to look at collisions and safety, the city is 100% funded. The city is going to receive $3.184 million. I got boggled. Yeah, too many zeros. And no local match is required. So this is a great thing for the city. So some good news. October 7th, the city received and approved allocation letters from the state allocating funds in the amount of $274,600 to proceed with preliminary design phase of the project. At December 6, 2022 council meeting, Kimley Horn and Associates was approved by council to provide the design phase for the project with a contract amount of $194,123 and some change. On January 18th, 2023, we met with Kimley Horn and had our kickoff meeting for the design phase. We went over each intersection, what the grant would allow, and they gave us their steps to design how they're going to proceed. And a tentative schedule with 100% design plans is scheduled for hopefully to be done by June of 2023. And then you have to wait for regulatory approvals with Caltrans and anticipated to be finalized late 2023. So that's the design phase, and then it moves to the construction phase. And next slide, please. And just as a brief overview, we have what we considered 6 major intersections, which is going to have left turn phasing. But this grant was different. I know we've had a lot of people come up and say, hey, why only one direction, northbound, southbound? In this grant, we had to do countermeasures. So in this grant, we could only address those locations that had pockets already installed. So in those cases, like in some locations, we only did the northbound, southbound because they had the left turn pockets. We couldn't include the eastbound, westbound because there wasn't a left turn pocket. And usually that means there's more impacts, maybe some parking removal, which is kind of like the evil word, in order to get the pocket in and still have enough room for a through lane, that type of thing. So there's more impacts, so we would have to deal with that later. So we have 6 intersections that are getting the left turn phasing in certain directions. Sunset at Merced, Cameron at Orange, Vincent and Puente, Lark Ellen and Badillo, Hollenbeck at Cameron, and Centus at La Puente. Now, the reason we picked these was because at the time they had to qualify with a certain amount of collisions. So even though some may have more traffic or people may want that, if they didn't meet the standards for the amount of collisions, we couldn't include them in this grant. It's highly competitive. It's based on what's called benefit over cost ratio. So unfortunately, but that's how they look at it, the more collisions, you get more point value. So city scored a high point value, so they were awarded the contract. We have 4 extra intersections that are considered minor traffic improvements. So it's going to have upgrades to signal hardware, reflective backplates, restriping, crosswalk enhancements, PED countdowns. I have an asterisk on number 10 because it came up earlier. I think Councilman Wu had someone that had that one. Amar at Shadow Oak it's going to have the extra heads facing the other way for sight distance as they approach. So we've maneuvered that into this grant as well.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Okay, but why Citrus and Garvey is not including that is a problematic. Right now you have a right turn only. Last time you already changing to straight, but the crosswalk still all fading, and there's a lot of people walking on the shopping center cross street. So I don't know.
Citrus and Garvey, Garvey South is going to be included in one of our traffic updates. So, and then we do have, we have some more things in the hopper. We're waiting to hear. We have more grants out there. Just we don't know if we got approval, so we keep our fingers crossed. And then our next grant, if it's, comes true, we have another 9 intersections we can include with major improvements. Some of these intersections that we did pick that are considered the major improvements, because of the old infrastructure, we're going to have to replace the pole, the mast arm, the controller boxes, everything. So it's going to be a whole update. So that's where your cost goes. Yes.
And I understand the Citra and Garvey, but there's so many residents complain to me regarding nobody follow the right turn only.
It's going to be changed. It's ongoing right now. They were awarded the contract. I have it right here.
So when can you give me a
So
schedule that we can
within the next month? I think is when construction is going to start on the next.
Would they paint the walkway too?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Appreciate.
We try to, when we do pavement projects, when we do any kind of upgrades to the intersection, we try to also do all the crosswalks, striping that it's really faded. Yes.
Yeah, okay, really quick. Okay, when you say payment, okay, and we know the Frontier damaged a lot of our street.
Yes.
When they are going to
Melissa is here to respond to that.
Okay, there's a lot
on the engineering side.
There's a lot of angry residents because they damage. They dig all the street and they dig on the sidewalk and they didn't make it back the sites like before. So, yeah, would you please? That is a lot of people concerned.
Definitely. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Thank you for bringing that up. I have good news to share. The city has taken a very proactive approach, met with Frontier, shared the concerns that we all shared about the condition from the conduit installation. And in the next few months, they're going to be going to every single location that they did that, and they will be slurry sealing that. As soon as we get an update of the exact work schedule, we'll share it with city management as well as the residents and proceed accordingly. We're going to ensure that our public works inspector and the engineering team closely monitor while they are doing this slurry seal to ensure that it meets the expectations of council and the city.
Yeah, right now it's just like piece and piece and uneven, and the sidewalk, is a concrete, but they make it as asphalt, so it's not even walkable for the people, and they want to walk during the evening or morning, so it's extremely problematic. So it's going to always be fixed, right?
Yes, So probably in April, I think that they're going to be beginning. But as soon as we find out, we will let you know.
Would you please notify
Absolutely.
the residents, send them the mail, say I'm going to repay the street, so back to the same color, make it even, or what they want to do?
They're likely going to do a slurry seal. So what they did is in the installation, they put the conduit through kind of instead of cutting up the entire street,
Correct.
they cut up a section to lay the conduit. So what they're doing is we talk to them, the city expressed their concerns, and they're going to be coming back and actually slurry sealing that area so it's cohesive, it's continuous, and there's not kind of patchwork done. And it's,
so whether it's patch to patch to patch,
it
will be one, just like one
Correct.
street. Okay, correct. Very good. Okay, hopefully it happen ASAP and then notify the resident. It's a vast area, entire south side and along the BKK, the resident, everything have underground. They all have been damaged on the street. Okay, thank you.
Is that also the sidewalk?
I believe so, yeah. So anywhere that they touched where they did any of those cuts, they're going to go back and redo to our expectation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Melissa, just so I can get a visual, I remember these areas when there's patchwork, it's black from what it was told to me, and then there's a contrast with the rest of the street. So you're saying with the slurry seal, it'll all literally be all black, so you won't. It'll be as if we never saw any of the work that Frontier had done.
Correct.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
No cost to the city, right? They will pay for everything.
Frontier will be taking care of that.
Good.
All right.
Thank you.
And I guess that concludes my presentation on that. If anyone has any other questions.
Tabatua?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I had some questions, concerns. So the Vincent and Puente, which has been an intersection, obviously a lot of collisions. So I think one of my concerns is you have the really long straightaway, right, between lights. And from the reading I've done is that because also how wide the lanes are, you get kind of a highway effect, right? Where so people go down faster. I was just wondering what could we do in terms of the environmental design to possibly get people not to speed down that stretch.
Yeah, Vincent is a major street,
Yeah.
so we try to keep people off of our residential corridors.
Right.
So it's designed to handle most of the traffic. There are, we could put some speed feedback signs, but I mean, if someone's going to speed and not obey the sign, if I put 10 signs out, they're just not going to see 10 signs. So we have to look at other things. Now, when we get the left turn phasing in, we could look at that, and then we can also look at what they call a dilemma zone with increasing the all red or the yellow time. So that's part of the project. The HSIP, the consultant, Kimley Horn, is going to be looking at the best signal timing for the intersection. So that will also help. So right now, we have to talk to PD and find out what the real cause is for these collisions. But yes, we are in contact with some of the residents that live there, and they inform us of some of the collisions that happen. So like I said, we need to find out what was the cause. Was it just trying someone to beat the light, and they were trying to make a left, and maybe the left turn now will help that because now there's going to be a green arrow. Was it they went through the red? We just don't know unless we look at the actual police reports to see.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of walking and biking infrastructure, I think that was also mentioned as part of our downtown plan. But I mean, our city is really kind of hostile to walkers and bikers, right? And so, what are we looking in terms of making that, I guess, safer, and again, slowing down and giving space for walkers and bikers?
Well, we have some grants also that coming up, like ATP, which is active transportation. The city at this time is focusing on all the areas around the schools with crosswalks and, flashing and what they call rapid reflective lights, the RFB beacons at schools and the high-vis crosswalks, making it more visible for pedestrians. There are future grants coming up that we could apply for that has, like the SS4A, it's called. It's all about planning documents. So master plan of bikeways and stuff like that, there's opportunities coming up. So maybe the city will become more bike friendly. I mean, there's ways to look at it and see where we can get help from some of the grants and planning documents that puts West Covina more in line with bicyclists and pedestrian. I think we're working on pedestrian safety. We need to provide more for the bicyclists. But it's also, where do we put the bikes? Maybe it's not realistic people don't want to bike on a 45-mile-an-hour street, so it's kind of, you got to find a safe route. You could put a bike, lane there, like Cameron has bike lanes, but I haven't seen any bicyclers there because it's, 40, 45 miles per hour. So, it's kind of a balance.
Okay. And then last question, my favorite Willow and Merced stop signs that get run over once a week. What other types of solutions for an area like that? Or, it's heavily trafficked, right? Because it's Merced and it's going to the 10 freeway. But we are replacing those stop signs weekly.
Yeah, some of those have, because they're wide streets, they have 2 lanes and they have the small median island in the middle, so they've put the stop sign. Some of those are going to get flashing stop signs to make it more visible. I know there are ways to improve the striping around the raised island, and we have suggested that coming up on some of our projects. You're going to see it, and hopefully that'll help with outlining, putting a wider yellow stripe with RPMs to light it up, those type of thing. I know you may be leaning towards roundabouts, but roundabouts, you have to remember, to be effective is you need to have enough circumference in your circle to make a right turn, or they're just going to be going through and it's just a landscape median in the middle of the intersection. So you have to really look at that. And roundabouts have splitter islands because you have to have pedestrians crossing, and maybe some more parking has to be looked at on the corners to have that ability. So it's something you have to look at and balance. They're kind of costly if you use raised medians, so you kind of have to balance that. So there's things you can look at. We are getting the flashing, flashing stop signs, more of them that are coming, and then better striping in the middle.
All right.
Try that, and then if it doesn't work, we'll try some other things, try to, because some of them are quite costly, so you have to balance it or get a grant, to help you with the cost.
Right. And I think, when we're looking at some of these possible solutions, I know some other cities have started doing some of these things. I know I was just recently in Santa Ana, and similar type street. And, I think as we go forward, these, you might have an initial cost that's a little higher, but then over time, you're not replacing stop signs. People aren't getting into the fatal car accidents and things like that. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, really quick.
Councilman Wu.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. I'm going through many times on the East Garvey and Cherrywood, and you have a lab blocker.
They still there.
I still there. Missing one.
It could be hit so many times, it bounce back.
Missing one. Okay,
Missing
but,
one, okay.
Yeah, but other than that, it's all pretty good. I think the neighbor, is okay. I think they're happy about the corner couple home.
Yes.
I think Mr. Ochoa, and kind of didn't complain too much. I think everything that kind of safe. And the slow down. And the people make a kind of squeezing right hand. That curve.
He's happy.
Curve.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, he's happy. I received an email. He said he was very happy and he thanked us for doing this.
Great.
Yeah, I just want to mention, I think that work. Okay, I drew there many times, and especially this carnival and festival. And I have to drive.
Back route.
Yeah, back route. Okay, back route much easier than go to freeway and go to the left turn on the Chick-fil-A. That's impossible to make a left turn. Okay, so I go to the back. Okay, right. But that is really good. It's really work. Okay, I think is really help those neighbors. But thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? No? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a nice day.
As a receive and file, Mayor, if I have no objection, we'll approve to receive and file.
Okay, thank you.
Receive and file, right?
Receive and file.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, we're coming to the end here. Do we have any reports from council?
I actually have a long conversation to speak tonight. So, any other councils have a report or anything? Oh, Councilman Cantos? Or
okay.
Councilman, go ahead.
Both of you?
Councilman Tabatabai, go ahead, because mine's long.
Okay. Oh, I just wanted to mention that this Saturday's community meeting has been postponed because we are expecting heavy rain. So there was going to be a community meeting at Del Norte Park this Saturday, but it has been postponed and look for it to be rescheduled. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilwoman Leti Lopez Villano.
I was processing today everything that's going on. But this is not the first time. And actually, this is actually for you, Pro Tem Tabatabai. You have the power to fuel the flame, and you also have the power to de-escalate. And as soon as it's calm and wounds are healing, you seem to enjoy opening it up again and to relive the pain. I just saw you did it again. You've done it in the past. You did it prior to this moment. Even right here, we're healing, we're talking, and council colleagues are speaking, and you're shaking your head, and they're calm. They're we're trying to move forward, and then you speak, and then you get the crowd riled up again. Then you call for accountability for our council colleagues, but yet. And then you say they just talk. But ironically, you do that. You talk, and no accountability as well. I know, the mayor, when she meant political, I don't think she meant them per se. I think she meant you. You put her in that situation. Your history of your preaches before regarding the Tongva people, but you only focus on the negative. This is a stolen land. This is a hurt. That's why today I did appreciate that they focused on the positive, the good, the unity. I've seen your speeches. It's nothing like theirs. So in that, I know Mayor Diaz has a heart. And I know with the frustration and everything, I don't believe those are her intentions. But I'm pretty sure, you were part of this involvement. So especially when it comes to speeches. I overheard like they were trying to work with you on to remove all the negativity because it is the 100th anniversary. We're focusing on the good. And, prior to that being said, I know before when you came in, you always focused on the stolen land. You've always preached that. When you got in council, you've had the Change West Covina come and preach your exact same words. And I remember looking at you and you smirked at me because it came from you. And that didn't stop until John Shoemaker came up there with a deed and said, I have a blank deed for you. And you kept preaching about this is a stolen land. This is a stolen land. And that, if you really believe that and you purchased a home here, that means you purchased stolen goods. So he gave you that opportunity. You can fill this deed out and return the stolen goods or stolen land that you stole from. And then from there, you stayed quiet. Not even the Change West Covina, not even you ever mentioned that again because of that comment. And then on Friday night at the 100th anniversary, we heard you bring it up again. I know we were focusing on 100 years and you brought up the 1,000 years. So that's when it meant political. It had nothing to do with the Tongva people. It had nothing to do with that. It was just the history and everything that came up. And so, I like to focus on the now, and I know you say, well, where's your accountability on that, on the things that are occurring at the moment? And so I'm just a little frustrated, and I can see you can be sneaky. I give you that. You are smart. You can be sneaky. You do a few things, to get people. Some of the stuff that occurs is not the first time. I remember when they came and you have a large crowd because of things that is being pushed and stuff. I know a lot of the residents and a lot of people don't see the internal politics among us. They don't have the full history of what's been occurring. They don't have all that information. And a lot of times we stay quiet because we don't like to air our dirty laundry out. But anyways, that being said, I know you focus again on stolen land. I wish you would fight the same way today with stolen property, stolen personal belongings, stolen life, things that happen today and that happens tomorrow. The hurting of now because of those things that affect us. But that being said, I do have a request. I'd like to request for our own prosecutor, and I would like to follow up on Gascon's last request. I know we put that on, that we wanted to have our own prosecutor. They declined it. I think it's time to follow up on that. And then if you're able to prosecute crime, because we're not able to prosecute crime and there are no consequences. And I know you talk about consequences and stuff and accountability. Well, here's this. I want accountability on at least that because there's a lot of things that does occur in our city. If Gascon still refuses, I'd like to push for a coalition. But I'm sorry about this, but I know that I can see certain things when we rile it up. But I know you have the power, but somehow I just see division. And this is not the only time. I mean, I do remember when the city manager gave us information about a tagging of one, and I know that was an internal because I spoke to them where they wrote a derogatory name on the garage. You took that photo, forwarded it to Change West Covina, and it was an internal thing that said our city took care of it, even though it's on personal property. We took care of it because we don't want hate. We don't want division. We don't want this. I want to focus on love, the positive, and the good. And you took that picture from him and you forwarded it. And that was an internal thing for all of us. And that was, not only that, there's just a bunch of different things that does occur. I seen you, like safety is a big issue for me. And, you declined the flock camera. You said, no, absolutely not. And then when it's quick that the flock camera comes out, it solved that 13-year-old. You're quick to see our flock camera did it. And everybody was like, oh, great job. Thank you, Tabatabai, or whatever it is. But I'm like, don't decline it. You didn't deny that. But it's just different things that I've seen because it's not the first time. They're the patterns of things that are occurring. A lot of times I know you have involvement in that. And so, I just saw what occurred and I hate when, council, including you. I don't like you being attacked either. But it's just things that occurred to me. But my biggest request is to have a prosecutor. Safety is the biggest thing. You mentioned accountability. I do want to see that accountability. I hate when our residents hurt, when things are stolen from them. And so that is my primary request. But I just saw that and I can't hold it back anymore. So I just wanted to say that and say my piece. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Councilman Wu.
Okay, I think this is very sad. Okay, and for our 100-year centennial celebration, everybody's very happy. All these 3 days, people are happy, and we there all the time. And then we want to enjoy, including Mr. Tabatabai and his family. Okay, everybody enjoying the time. Okay, and then for us, that night, Saturday night, we don't even have a chance to tell them our reason. They're just very angry. They come over here, put myself and mayor are racist. And we are not. And they put the flyer all the places. A lot of people send me the flyer. They put my face and the mayor Diaz, okay, and say we racist come to West Covina City Council, support council member Tabai. So meaning this is so, okay, a plot, okay, no matter we just walk into a trap, because 4 of our city council have no idea we have this event. We have no idea, and this morning we talked to city manager. He told us he has no idea because he has a dinner with his family at 6 o'clock. Okay, but now he say, okay, this is a plan. They want to give them a chance. But why we didn't get notified? Why you didn't tell us? Why you didn't tell the mayor? I feel so sad. That thing when we walk in, we don't know anything. Assistant city manager's not there. You're not there. And the mayor's over there trying to take the situation, try to accommodate you and your guests. And I don't even know who they are. I don't even know they want to do the prayer. We are totally in the dark. And we walk into the trap. 4 of us walk into the trap. I don't know who set it up. So damn you do, then damn you don't. No matter what, okay, it will be all on our shoulder. At the centennial celebration should be a most enjoyable time. Try to put people together. And I can see, okay, Mr. Kento and Ms. Dia try to work it out for you. Try to have you have a chance, okay, and to go there. Even we don't know this event, but still want to accommodate the people already here, allow them to go to the stage to do it. I just say, I don't know anything about this. I disapprove about all this insert without even telling us, so I left. I even say have a good night. I'm not angry, I just disappointed. Okay, so, and for that, okay, and right now you champion all these people come over here in our city, call us a racist city, call 2 of us are racist. I'm not even there. I didn't even make a decision for you guys. I just say, you guys make your own decision. I'm not part of this. It's so disappointed with one of our council member, and I just try to rock the boat and try to make sure his ideology sticking to our throat, and we have to take it. In that time and that night, we don't even know what's going on. But if the city manager approved this, why not let us know? Why not telling us we have indigenous want to do some prayer, this and that? I don't think we have any problem with that. I think the problem we have is Mr. Tabai take out his phone. He want to read some kind of political statement about the genocide, about the oppression and all this kind of thing in our celebration in front of Western music, country music going to come up. And all the people come to entertain. They never come over here to be educated about all this dark story, dark history. We have a lot of dark history, but we want to come up to show we are brotherhood and sisterhood, all races, all together, dancing together, enjoying a beautiful weekend. But why we have to do this? Why we have to put all this dark cloud to our centennial, make it so humiliate? And I know tonight, and the mayor have been humiliated big time. Okay, and he cannot even reason to any people because they are very angry and heated by the misinformation and fake, okay, and basically they all rowdy, okay, because they very upset with fabricate information that we are a bunch of races and cities racist toward to indigenous. Indigenous is the master of the land. They over here much longer than anybody else. We understand, but just like okay, Bill say they have a lot of dark history, including Japanese American, Chinese American, and the Mexican, okay, the farmer, okay, this and that. It's never end, but it's not the time in our centennial celebration. You can come to City Council, address us, or come over here, invite them to give a prayer. Okay, we can invite them. But why they never come to contact us, come to reach their ability to us? I don't even know. We have this group. I don't know this group, where this come from. I know I got an email from, okay, Keith's tribe that we, okay, always consult with them when we want to do any development. And they are basically with the state SB 52. So, okay, and they send an email, say, this group we shouldn't recognize. Now we got a problem. We don't know which tribe. So which tribe is the one we want to recognize? They have to come out their consent, okay, and they come to us. We have no problem. I have no problem to have any kind of acknowledgement, okay, and we talk about nature, this and that, then they come to prayer, okay, for us, but not the way sneak it in and in the nighttime, 7 o'clock, and we have no idea, and look like we try to stop people to do what they want to perform and put forward us like a bunch of racists, especially me and the mayor. But I want to apologize to Mayor Dia for your treatment today. Okay, and I understand, okay, it's very difficult for you tonight, and you don't get paid, okay, only $700, and they have take all this insult and taking about what your husband say, and no matter what, they put you together. And I think it's kind of unfair to you. I saw your big heart, almost in tears that night, trying to accommodate, okay, our colleague. Right now, I don't think he deserves any accommodation, okay, due to he play this game against us. It's very vicious. It's a political game, and it shouldn't in our centennial. I'm very, very disappointed with my colleague, Mr. Tabai.
Madam Mayor.
Councilman Cantos.
I've just got to say how just hurtful all of this was in various respects. I just to put it out there for the public too, just so folks understand. Historically, I have no alliances with any of my 4 colleagues up here. All of them did not support my election to this office. But what I did is I came in and I started with a clean slate, and I got to know everybody. And I really must say I've enjoyed those working relationships with all 4 of my colleagues. The thing that I really was bothered about was the tone of this thing about the mayor and Councilman Wu being racist. It's just not what I see. I see the good in people, and I also have been an activist in the civil rights world for a very long time. And had either of them or anyone or anyone here, if there was any racial overtones or there was any hostility or there was some sort of implicit bias where folks said things that were just absolutely wrong and stereotypical, I would have called them out on it publicly and privately, because I will not sell my soul for any cost. I just won't do it. And what is really sad to me is how this whole thing had racial overtones, where it seemed like a lot of the folks who were here were under the impression that somehow the mayor told Ms. Rocha to not to move forward. And I mean, it's just, and the thing is, it's really a lose-lose situation, because I also put myself in Ms. Rocha's situation, where she was called, there was, approval at the staff level. So she came in good faith, ready to do the land acknowledgement and the prayer. And then she comes and then she sees all of this. I can understand why she'd feel uncomfortable. Like, my gosh, I'm here. I came practically at the last minute, and then there's all of this, and then afterwards you tell me to do the prayer, but now it's all tainted because it feels wrong because of the way it all feels like it went down. But all of that was unnecessary, and then especially when just hearing about the ways that folks were called racist, it just caused more division, and I was just really sad because, I mean, if I were them and I heard what I heard and I read what was read to me today, I would be angry. I'd be angry at this whole council and say, gosh, what's wrong with that stuff about West Covina being really wonderful and safe and a good place? Well, I guess they're full of at least some racists there, because I read it online, therefore it's true. And that's just not, I've really come to regard the 4 of my colleagues, with in high personal regard. I spent time with folks. I mean, I care about each of them, but I'm just concerned that the racial overtones of this today, it was just really hurtful. And I was hurting for those folks because of the things that were said and the way that this was stoked just further. And it just was wrong because I know, I'll say it publicly, I've spent time with the mayor and she is not a racist. She's not a racist. And neither is Mr. Wu. There may be people who have disagreements. No one here is racist. It's just on this council. If anyone were ever to charge that Tony Wu or Rosario Diaz or Brian Tabatabai or Leti Diaz Villada were racist, I'd say that's wrong. That's absolutely not true. That's not an ideological thing. It's not true. We are not, none of us has that sort of intention here. And for that taint to be that pall to be cast over this council is just, I was just so sad it's just emotional because this is not the town that I know. This is not the town that I've seen. We here, we're all neighbors in this town. We're residents. We're fellow residents here in the city. We have a lot of different backgrounds, but we bring our histories to this table and we bring our love for this city to this council. There's not one person up here who's racist. There's not. And if I say that and it angers people, fine, so be it. But we've got to move past this whole notion that folks up here are racist. That's just all it does. It stokes division, and it's not true. It's not true. It's just not true. I've been with them for hours. I've had private conversations with them. And when people, whatever their real attitudes are, that comes out after a while. I've spent a lot of time with folks because of doing this for so many hours per day, every day. And so I'm just really just so sad for the community to have felt the hurt that they did and for this to have come down this way, because this is not who we are. It's just not who we are. And I just worry that I just don't want residents and the broader public to think, well, West Covina, that must be a place of various folks who are racist. It's not to say that racism doesn't exist. And it's not to say that implicit bias does exist. Racism does exist. Implicit bias does exist. We all have implicit bias to the extent that there are groups that we don't understand and we don't know. And that's why we should all acknowledge the need to continue to learn. But we need to do it based on that feeling of love and accountability, as opposed to going through the playbook of saying, well, they're racist, they're homophobic, they're whatever. Because if we do that, then once you dehumanize people by calling them a name, then fair game, then any attack is fine. And that is the wrong way to build unity in this city or anywhere. We can't end up moving into a situation where step one, we just dehumanize by calling them a name. Then step two, we attack and whatever collateral damage, so be it. We're all human up here. We love this community up here. We do. And we've just got to find a way to move past this and to really build on the commonality and to dispense with all of these things, because it's tearing us apart. And the thing is, this, just like what speakers have said tonight, we can't go back. We can't go back to fix all of that. But it's the way that went down that way and the way that people were hurt tonight. I was hurting for them. I was hurting for us. Because then when people think that we are these awful, or, that there's racism here, then what does that do? It just creates a really awful atmosphere within the city. That's not to say that we shouldn't attack injustice wherever it lives. We have to, but we need to do it with the premise of finding commonality and building upon that. But not stoking the kind of language that causes people to further become angry, because all it does is it creates more division, anger, mistrust, and then we're back here again. And I just wanted to say my piece with this, because if we don't stop this, then this will continue and we will divide. I just know that we don't have to be divided this way. We don't have to be. If we really focused on the problems of the city with regard to the various infrastructure issues, with regard to recognizing people and really truly seeing who they are and acknowledging that, of course, but focusing especially on just the things that are happening now, so that way we can really be of support to the community and being with them and not pretending, and no one is pretending, but I'm saying that I want all of the world to know, with anyone who ever sees these meetings and this history, that whenever we have these issues, we've just got to focus on what Councilwoman Lopez Viado said, on building on the positive. Not to say that we shouldn't acknowledge things that happen, but finding a way to build on something so when we create that, we create the kind of atmosphere that breeds more results in a positive, affirmative direction. And then when we move in that affirmative direction, then that's when we can really build. So I just needed to say my piece on that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Pro Tem Tabatabai.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll start my comments in that as Councilman Wu steps away, recognizing that several times tonight I was called Mr. Tabatabai, I was called Tabatabai, I was not given the same respect as the other colleagues. And this is something that, as I just heard Councilwoman Lopez Viado speak about my comments as a resident, definitely shows that there's quite a bit of resentment from the things I said when I was a citizen of West Covina. And so from the moment I've been elected and I sat on this dais, it's been very clear that my council colleagues, Councilman Wu, Councilwoman Lopez Viado, and now Mayor Diaz, have never given the elected official from District 1 the amount of respect that has been demanded by the residents who have elected me. And that's a reality. That is from meeting 1 when I had to call two point of orders as I was being interrupted when I had the floor. I've had to withstand a planning commissioner making political comments throughout, violating the commissioner handbook, and yet they still sit on the planning commission. So I've watched my council peers violate all types of protocol. Having said that, one thing I have held myself to is to be honest, and to be honest from this dais, to be honest about what occurs. And those things, when they are unjust, are not easy to hear. And there was injustice on Saturday. I did not write a land acknowledgement. Jamie wrote a land acknowledgement. Okay. I went through the proper avenue to get the Gabrielino Shoshani to have representation at our 100th anniversary. As far as the land acknowledgements I did as a private resident, I had not done another acknowledgement since I've been on the dais. I didn't feel that it was appropriate on the dais. We have a set of standards we use. We have an invocation that someone comes and does, and that's what happened. At the 100th, I did acknowledge. It was different than the other acknowledgements I've done. I pointed to the 1,000-year history. I pointed to ancestral land. I pointed to that they were the beginning of our community that we have built upon. And it was an extremely positive message. And that positive message was to continue on Saturday. Now, once it was approved and Jamie was going to be speaking on Saturday night at 6:30, it wasn't my role to let everyone know because I was not the one who was running the event. City staff runs the event. Our role is not to micromanage the event. Now, the fact that Councilman Wu felt that a land acknowledgement was too political, the fact that Councilman Wu was very upset that a land acknowledgement was about to happen, I mean, those are truths. If Councilman Wu wants to now say on the dais that he wasn't upset, that he did not say that it was too political, that he did not say how can we have them up there and not have these other groups, as he just mentioned about Japanese and Japanese internment and things like that. I don't know what Councilman Wu told to staff to all of a sudden have what was planned to then somehow become a thing where I was being asked what was happening. Again, with Jamie, she spoke with our assistant city manager and the plan was set. I arrived at 6:30 as I was told that was the time that Jamie was going to go on. Again, it isn't my responsibility to send messages because, again, I went through city staff. City staff said it was scheduled, it was planned, and therefore I don't understand why it would be up to me to notify anybody what was happening. I know for a fact that no one notifies me about who's going to give invocations, my father's Muslim. He's not Christian. This isn't a space he necessarily feels comfortable in when a Christian prayer is said. But I understand. I understand that we have certain ways that we've done it as a city. And so I accept that. It isn't my space, right? This is city staff makes that decision. So the reality is there was an injustice done. There was silencing done. There was, and if you read my apology, I did not say who was the one who had an objection. I said a council member had an objection. I did not say what unfortunate words were said. I did not mention the quinceañera. I didn't mention the Sweet 16. I didn't mention how they were made to feel as if they were outsiders crashing an event, which is what the mayor said. I did not, and if the mayor is claiming that Jamie is lying about her comments, I guess the mayor can say that, but that is what she posted because that is what occurred. Now, again, as far as who I was as a resident, I am the mayor pro tem of West Covina, duly elected, just like the four of you. I have the same rights on this dais as the four of you. And whether or not you feel comfortable with my comments or comfortable with my views, I do not overstep protocol. I follow Robert's Rules of Order. I take my turn. I take the floor. When I'm done with the floor, I cede the floor. I refer to each of you by your title. Councilman Cantos, Councilman Wu, Councilwoman Lopez Viado, Mayor Diaz. I don't make those mistakes. I don't forget what your title is. I don't forget that you are a duly elected official who is my peer. You are my peers. Now, the fact that you feel everything I do is political says more about you. I am here to serve the residents of West Covina. When I shared that image, I spoke with that resident. That resident shared with me how hostile it was to live as an openly gay individual in this community. So I understand that bringing something like that to light is uncomfortable and it feels ugly, and no one wants to face that there is anti-LGBT sentiment in the community. But if we aren't going to acknowledge it, how can we work to repair? When a harm is done, you acknowledge it, and then you work to repair. Again, this idea that this city is about happy, let's do performances, well, there are a lot of residents who live in this community who have not been heard, have not been seen. It is one of the reasons why I am sitting up here, because that is who I showed myself to be to these residents, and it's who they wanted to sit on the dais. So I think as we move forward, if those of you want to have a productive council, then some of those old grudges and resentments of the past need to be let go. Because I am here and I am an equal part of this body. And I represent the residents of West Covina, just as I represented everyone who sat here. And you may not have listened to them. And you may not have understood why I talked about no accountability. Why I talked about the fact that what happened to them was not acknowledged by the two people they had hoped to be acknowledged by. So it isn't my responsibility, though, to get you to understand or get you to understand. That is for you. That's the reflection that all of you need to do. But as far as I'm concerned, I walk out of here with my head high. I understand who I am. I understand what I've always presented to residents. That's why I have no problem going on social media and going on social media pages that really disagree with me. It's why I can vote in favor of our district attorney, and I can vote in favor of DA Gascon, and talk with those residents who vehemently hate that I did that. But I can talk to them. I have no fear of them because I can come from a place of truth and a place of love. And my vote is always for the best interest of West Covina. It's why I don't have to hide. I don't have to pretend. I don't have to tell people that, no, that's not my issue. I can talk to everybody because I'm comfortable with who I am. And maybe some of you need to have that time of reflection and ask yourself what you're so afraid of. What is it about you that when you look in the mirror isn't quite right, so you can't be honest? But I can be honest, and people will disagree with me. I understand that. Okay? But I didn't get in here to be a politician. Right? Politicians want to make sure they don't anger people so they can make sure to get votes. I understand I'm polarizing, but I am true to who I am. And I'm not going to apologize for that, but I do expect that on this dais that we follow protocol. I am the mayor pro tem. That is my title. That's how I should be referred to. Any other type of reference I take as a point of order and out of line. Thank you.
My request still stands about the prosecutor.
Excuse me. First of all, I don't mean to offend you in using the wrong title. I've done it to all my fellow council people, so that's not like I'm targeting you. That's my first thing. I'm not doing that on purpose. The other thing is, no good deed goes unpunished. I really wanted to accommodate Miss Rocha, and I didn't want the festivities to be negative. And what you were going to say, which I believe to be the acknowledgement, which now you're telling me it's not. So, I mean, obviously there was miscommunication.
No, it was, well, but I would need to set the record straight. It was the acknowledgement. It was not written by me. The narrative that is going on is that I wrote the acknowledgement. It was not written by me.
First of all, I don't know who wrote it. I just know that you had something written. And we were celebrating the 100th birthday. And so I thought everything should be positive. And during this acknowledgement that you were going to say, it does mention about let's not history repeat itself, about, I guess, the stolen land. And I just wanted to keep it positive. And if I'm in trouble for that, if I'm shamed for that, then I'm sorry. But I feel good, and I don't have a problem with what I did. I mean, I don't feel I did anything wrong. I was trying to accommodate her. And I think that if you support these indigenous people, then why don't you have them perform what they did here? They dance, they have the singing, which that woman sang beautifully. And that could be something that can come to one of our as a performer at one of our other festivities. But it's never been like that. That's why I was concerned, because you always talk negative, in my opinion. And you always talk about we live on stolen land. And I just felt that the residents of West Covina would not want to hear how they live on stolen land after we're trying to celebrate the 100th birthday. That's all. And if that's a crime, oh, well. I mean, I feel good about that the way I feel as well. I don't have a problem saying what I feel, which is what I was trying to protect our festival. If that's a crime, I don't know what to say. But when she said she wanted to pray, I thought that was great. Pray. But she refused. She didn't want to. She was offended. So, like I said, no good deed goes unpunished. I was trying to help her.
Okay, and Mother, may I, since you already request during the after oral communication, I think no matter what we say, they have hearsay, hearsay. Okay, everybody have a different interpretation. I think, okay, you request to have an investigation, third party from the city attorney. So I want to, follow the mayor request, Madam May I, and to have an investigation about how it happened, why it happened, why we didn't get notified, why we walk in the situation. Now we're facing a lot of angry crowd. Okay, it's not our intention. Okay, now that people say, wow, this and that, that's okay. Okay, everybody can say what they say, everybody can interpret it differently, but let the truth come out. Let have our third party investigator investigate each of us. Okay, look into what happened, why the city attorney, city managers, assistant city manager, why they have a different story, but why we didn't know. I don't even know we have a 6:30. This issue. Why city manager didn't tell us? Say, hey, by the way, we have this and that. It's set. But why we didn't get notification. We're walking, we're just thinking about everything we have in written. It's just a billboard in front of the DJ. Is about what performance over there. We never have any detail email to us. Normally we have. And this year I didn't care too much, okay, because our assistant city manager doing a great job. By the way, I want to say, okay, besides the Saturday night, okay, everything is wonderful, beautiful, and the staff working so hard, and the dinner is just magnificent, and the staff did an excellent job. Okay, I don't want to put a dark cloud because the Saturday night and today we have so many of all the places, our indigenous, okay, brothers and sisters come over here angry with us. But it shouldn't, okay, cloud us that our staff did an excellent job. Okay, and so I request Mother May I to have, I don't think anybody against that, to get this investigation, talk to us, talk to city manager, talk to the assistant city manager, even talk to the Jamie, okay, and everybody, okay, and get this report. And right away we can ASAP and disclose to the public the finding and why it happened, how it happened, why it become an issue, and put a dark cloud at our centennial celebration. Okay, why? Okay, so okay, nobody against, right? Okay, we have all consent. Yep.
Madam Mayor, real quick as a follow-up, last meeting I asked for a report on the analysis of the California Penal Code as requested by President Irma Cooper from the NAACP, and I didn't see that today. So if someone can please get on that so we can see what the analysis is. It's just a follow-up from the last time.
We got that?
Thank you.
Councilwoman Lopez Riota.
No, I mean, at the end, I would like to end on a positive note. I mean, this is probably the first council meeting we've passed. I mean, it's already 12:30 a.m. This is the first time we've ever went past midnight. But no. I mean, I'm not saying it is. It's all has been said, all has been done, including the 5 council here. We've all expressed what we needed to express, which is good. And moving forward, I do hope now that we can, we'll move forward. And, I do respect you still, Mayor Pro Tem Tabatabai, but, along with everything else. And like I said, sometimes it's just the job, the items, the beliefs, because it is certain beliefs that we all have. And, but I mean, the city is doing good as a whole. The city has improved as a whole. And yes, it does take the council, like as I mentioned before, it's leadership top down, and that's all of us. So all of us together has been together and have improved the city. So on that note, overall, thank you. Thank you, the staff. Thank you for everybody. Thank you, council. I know it's a long night, and I just wanted to say thank you, and no hard feelings, no grudges, but I just wanted to thank you for expressing it all, and I'm glad that everybody, including the mayor, you're able to. I know you weren't able to express what you just said right now earlier, and they didn't hear you, but like we said, we know what your intentions, we know what you mean, and each one of us, each council does what's best for the city, and those are our intentions. So that being said, I'd like to say good night, unless I'd like to be home by 1 o'clock.
You're not done yet. I want to thank our staff. I think we had a fabulous festival starting on Thursday all the way through Sunday, regardless of what happened. I think overall we had a great weekend, and I want to thank our staff and our code enforcement, our police officers, our fire departments. They all contributed to this, and I just want to thank you all. And with that said, this meeting is adjourned.